name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the Queen, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
This Honorable House now resumes its sitting.
Mrs. Holness, Mr. Bartlett, Mr. Holness, Dr. Clark, Dr. Chang, Mr. Montague, Mr. Shaw, Mr. Samuda, Ms. Grange, Mrs. Williams, Mrs. Mallow-Fort, Dr. Tufton, Mr. McKenzie, Mr. Chuck, Mr. Vaz, Mr. Warmington, Mr. Hutchinson, Mr. Charles, Mr. Green, Mr. Terrelong, Ms. Smith, Mr. Main, Dr. Dunn, Mrs. Cuthbert-Flynn, Mr. Morgan, Mr. Davis, Mr. Brown, Dr. Brownberg, Dr. Charles, Mr. Chin, Mr. Clark, Mr. Cousins, Miss Crawford, Miss Daly, Miss Davis, Mr. Golding, Mr. Graham, Dr. Guy, Miss Hamilton, Miss Hannah, Mr. Henry Kitts, Mr. Henry, Mr. Hilton, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Lawrence, Miss Lee, Mr. Miller, Miss Morrison, Miss Nita, Mr. Paulwell, Mr. Phillips, Dr. Phillips, Mr. Robertson, Mr. Robinson, Mr. Sibbles, Mr. Slowly, Mrs. Vaz, Dr. Wheatley, Mr. Williams, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Witter, Mr. Wright.
Statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, it is intended to have two statements today, one by the Most Honorable Prime Minister and the other by the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries, the Honorable Floyd Green. Madam Speaker, I would ask you to invite the Most Honorable Prime Minister to make his statement at this time.
Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker. Prime Minister. Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, there is a stranger in our midst. on this side of the House. On this side of the House.
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Point
of order, Madam Speaker. Point of order. Point of order. Madam Speaker.
Yes,
Madam
go
Speaker,
right ahead.
It is not in the best tradition of Westminster for an interruption to happen after a motion in relation to any matter on the order paper is stated, particularly when it is the Prime Minister who is about to speak. And Madam Speaker, to indicate that a stranger is in the House is a matter that is, first of all, there's no stranger in the House. Anyone who is a member of this House is a member of this House. And Madam Speaker, you know, there is an issue in relation to tolerance and just how much this House can tolerate histrionics and attempts at all times to create media sensation which has no bearing.
What's the point of order?
Madam Speaker,
What's the point
Madam
of order?
Speaker,
What's the point of order?
Madam
What's
Speaker,
the point of order? Yeah, what's the point of order? Would you say the point of order?
Member,
What's the point of order?
The leader of opposition of government business rose on a point of order. Allow him to finish.
The point of order, Madam Speaker,
allow him to finish.
is that there is no stranger in the House. There is no stranger in the House. And it means, therefore, that the member is seeking to interrupt the Prime Minister's statement on a false premise because there is no stranger in the House. And this House will not tolerate any kinds of expressions of these sorts which continue to distort the efficacies of democracy in the interest of public. And so, Madam Speaker, it is for your ruling on the matter, of course.
No, Madam.
It is for your eminent ruling on the matter.
Madam.
But I think we are tired of this situation where that side continuously try to deny the fact that they are opposition and not government. Because by definition in
What's
the
the point of
Westminster
order?
system, especially with two
That's
sides,
a speech.
and
That's a speech.
This parliament is
a speech.
is structured in a way,
That's a
Madam
speech.
Speaker, to allow for
That's a
you
speech.
either to be on the government side or you are on the opposition side. And so everybody who is on that side, that's not on this side, is therefore part of the opposition. So there's no stranger in the House, Madam Speaker.
Look here. Two members cannot stand that. They say, member, two members, first of all, cannot, and I will not allow both members to stand at the same time.
He was making a speech.
And I just want to respond by saying that we do have a marshal here in Parliament, and if there is a stranger in this House, he will be removed. This member.
I don't know, because read this.
Member.
There's a section that uses stranger.
Member.
And MPs. 84,
Member.
84.
I respect all the views because we are in a democratic society. And I expect all the members of this House to respect my views as much as I respect yours. It is my considered opinion and my ruling this afternoon is that the opposition benches here in Parliament belong to any member of Parliament who is not a member of government. I want to speak very clearly and make it be known that in Jamaica, at this particular time, we have one ruling party. The government party is the Jamaica Labour Party. The opposition party at this time has been the People's National Party. On either side of the aisle, there have been 2 vacant seats that allows for movement on either side. This afternoon, as we sit in Parliament, all members of the opposition are properly seated on the opposition side. And having said that, I am now going to invite the statement by the Prime Minister of the country. I am calling...
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
No.
Madam Speaker.
I expect, Madam, I am now going to call...
Madam Speaker.
No, I'm not going to allow
Madam Speaker,
you.
on a point of order.
I am
You
now...
have sat there in your chair. You have allowed the leader of government business to impute motive and to call us histrionic because we have sought to express our opinion.
I
believe
going
that's
to
wrong,
ask
and
the
I believe that it's an abuse of the majority
what the
in
member
that
is saying.
matter.
I have not given her permission to speak.
And that's fine. And that is not a surprise. Not the way we have been managed here. It's not a surprise.
I want members of government,
Madam
please.
Madam Speaker.
Members of government. I expect all members of this House, government and opposition, to be respectful.
Madam Speaker.
As the Speaker, I have ruled there is in this Parliament, if there is something of national importance that you wish to raise, you seek permission, and we do so on the motion of adjournment. I am now inviting the Prime Minister to do his statement. Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister knows that my standing is not in disrespect to him at all. My standing is not in disrespect to the... you made a speech, Madam Speaker.
Leader of opposition, member, I am repeating what I said. I am asking that members, please, let us not descend to where we do not wish to. I am asking that Hansard expunges whatever was said by the members after I made the ruling. This, I respect everybody's view. I am saying as a member, I am saying, and I have done that as a speaker, I am saying that I have looked in this Parliament and I am not blind. I see no stranger. I see members of the opposition sitting on the opposition bench. Every member sitting in here this evening is a duly elected member of Parliament. And It is unfortunate that the members of the government side, it is unfortunate that the members of the government side are not observing the decorum. I am not recognizing anybody, any member of this parliament who sits in their chair and addresses me. I am not. So I have made a ruling. I have made a ruling. And my ruling is that the Prime Minister now removes to his message.
The member cannot be on his feet while speaking.
The Prime Minister.
Point of order. He cannot be on his feet while you're speaking.
That's a sad ruling. That's a sad ruling.
Members, please, there is no reason.
And it will be recorded. It's unfair.
There is no reason for us to descend to a level below that which is expected of us as members of Parliament. This is a democratic society. The opposition are entitled to their views, and so
nothing.
it is.
We're entitled to nothing.
It is the right of the Speaker of this House to make a ruling. I respect the views of everybody in this island. I have made a ruling, and my ruling is that we move now into the statement by the Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Based on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 23 cases of COVID-19 yesterday. Our cumulative cases are now at 49,735, and sadly, 1,037 persons have died. I offer my condolences to all those who have lost family members, friends, and loved ones, and colleagues to this terrible pandemic. For all those who are in hospital fighting the virus, as well as others who are ill but not hospitalized, I pray for their speedy recovery. Madam Speaker, I use this opportunity to again thank our healthcare workers, our security forces, and all other frontline workers for all they continue to do to help the country through this pandemic. We owe them a debt of gratitude. Madam Speaker, the number of new cases of COVID-19 continues to decrease. In February 2021, we recorded 7,821 cases. In March 2021, we peaked at 15,944 new cases. By April 2021, we went down to 6,234 new cases. And in May 2021, we reported 2,870 new cases. And so far, for June, we have recorded 1,141 new cases. In March, we had a high of 878 new cases in a day, with the lowest single day number being 239. Our daily average in March was 514 cases. In June 2021, Madam Speaker, we are so far averaging 54 cases per day. Madam Speaker, the graph that is now being displayed shows the number of persons who require hospitalization relative to our hospital bed capacity allocated to COVID-19. The black line shows the increases in bed capacity up to our current level of 700 beds. Madam Speaker, we have consistently allocated resources to ensure that we can treat persons who have become infected and developed the COVID-19 disease. We moved from having 300 beds in June last year, more than doubling that to now 700 beds. And we will continue, as our budget allows, to make allocations. And that is represented by the black line in the graph. The white line shows the hospitalization, and we are now in the range of just above 200 persons being hospitalized. However, Madam Speaker, we are still in a risky position. In fact, the green line shows low-level risk, the yellow shows medium-level risk, the orange shows high-level risk, the light red shows very high risk, and the dark red shows extremely high risk. So, Madam Speaker, where our hospitalization is, we're just hovering on medium level risk, and we are still just at the edge of being considered high risk in terms of hospitalizations. And this is giving us, Madam Speaker, an appreciation that if there were to be a spike, that very rapidly the demand for beds could increase and push us quite rapidly into the very high and extremely high risk levels. Of course, in March and April of this year, we, as you can see by the graph, the white line, we were in the extremely high risk level. And we know what extremely high risk is. We didn't have enough beds for patients, we ran out of oxygen, and our healthcare workers were stretched and stressed. And we don't want that to happen again. The next graph shows our positivity rate based on the more reliable PCR tests. Madam Speaker, the yellow area shows the daily positivity rate, which peaked at 42.5% on March 2021. Given the daily fluctuations in the positivity rate, we use the 7-day or 14-day moving averages to provide a more reliable indicator of the trend. And so you will see two lines there, Madam Speaker. One is blue, and one we could call lavender. I don't know if I got those colors correct, or purple. But so one is the 7-day moving average, the other is the 14-day moving average, and both are showing the general trend heading downwards. So, Madam Speaker, both are showing a consistent downward trajectory, and we are now at approximately 7% positivity, both from the 14-day and the 7-day moving average. So, Madam Speaker, just to be clear, the green line shows what is the internationally accepted standard for the positivity rate, which is 5%. At 5%, you can start to consider opening up your economy and returning activities. We are not quite there yet, but we are trending in that direction. The next graph, shows our reproductive rate. It's not yet being displayed, it's being displayed now. The reproductive rate represents the average number of persons that are infected by one infected person. The R0, as it is abbreviated, is showing a decline and is now at approximately 0.7%. You will recall, Madam Speaker, that the advice from our epidemiologists was that we need to maintain an R0 of below 1 for at least a six-week period. We have done so for 12 weeks. Madam Speaker, the graphs show that all the key indicators are trending in the right direction. There can be no doubt that the measures that we implemented in order to control our second wave have been successful. I want to put on record again that this success has been achieved through the sterling work of our healthcare workers, security forces, and all frontline workers. The support that we have been able to get from other countries that have supported, for example, our vaccination efforts and would have also assisted in providing us with field hospitals. It has been as a result as well, Madam Speaker, of the sacrifice and cooperation of the Jamaican people. However, Madam Speaker, we cannot view this current state of reduction, trending in the right direction, as a permanent state. This is not the end of our fight against COVID-19. It is not the end of the pandemic. It does mean that we can abandon all the protocols and throw caution to the wind. It means that we are now at a new phase where we can begin to consider other things. But it doesn't mean that we should abandon the measures totally or abandon the caution and care. Complacency cannot set into the country at this time. Madam Speaker, we get the best results when we work together as one nation, one people. However, we must recognize that this success in controlling the second wave has come at great cost. The restrictions that were necessary have taken a massive toll on the livelihoods of many. They have also had negative psychosocial impacts on the population, including our children. Among the industries most severely impacted have been the entertainment, culture, and creative industries. By their very nature, these industries, which thrive on close in-person contact, were among those that had to be suspended. Within 3 months of the first positive case of COVID-19 in Jamaica and the initiation of prevention measures, we were able to resume some entertainment activities. Unfortunately, we had to reimpose restrictions after we saw our numbers rise. Madam Speaker, it gave us no joy to restrict activities in the wider entertainment sector and to have to restrict them for so long. Having addressed the spike in cases between August and December, we moved towards a gradual resumption of sporting activities in February of this year, with the aim of reopening the entertainment sector soon after. The second wave, which we are just coming out of, delayed those plans. The effect of the shutdown has been severe hardship, not only for the entertainment practitioners, such as the performers, the producers, the stage, light, sound, camera, and design teams, but many persons in other sectors who rely on entertainment, among them, and I'm taking the time to list them, the garment industry, including tailors, dressmakers, and fashion designers. People, the entertainment industry, drives the fashion industry. And our dressmakers and tailors, they make money off the parties. Yes. The barbers and hairdressers, obviously. When we see the hairstyles at the parties. The transport operators. The peanut vendors. When I used to go to parties, that was my favorite to go and buy. Peanuts. Parched peanuts from the peanut vendor. Yeah. So they haven't been able to get their regular custom. Of course, beverage manufacturers, the food services business, the soup vendor, the pan chicken man, and the security industry, and many others. The entertainment industry has a positive direct and indirect effect on the livelihoods of many Jamaicans. Madam Speaker, precise statistics are not available given the large degree of informality of the sector, but the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Task Force sought to estimate this economic activity. The task force estimated the total level of economic activity of the entertainment, culture, and creative industries at 84.1 billion Jamaican dollars, excluding economic activity generated from intangibles such as trademarks, music catalogs, and images. The task force report states it is unlikely that Jamaica's economic recovery can occur without a restoration of the vitality of these sectors. The report recommended that discussions take place with stakeholders towards the development of safety protocols to facilitate a phased reopening of activities and events. Madam Speaker, over the last few weeks, the government, through the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, as well as the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, has undertaken extensive consultations with a number of industry stakeholders. All through the pandemic, we have been guided by the data and the science in our management. Our approach has been evidence-based, measured, proportionate, and situationally appropriate. Madam Speaker, given the declining numbers, there is a reasonable expectation that there ought to be some recalibration and recrafting of the measures. Before I announce these new measures, I want to urge, as I did before, caution. This is not a time to become complacent. Indeed, as we move to the next phase of the management of the virus, we will have to be even more vigilant about observing the protocols and keeping ourselves and each other safe. We are not where we would have liked to be from a public health perspective. As I said earlier, our positivity rate is still higher than 5%. Only a small percentage of our population has been fully vaccinated. There are many new variants of concerns in other countries that are even more transmissible than those we have seen locally. As we allow additional activity, there is a risk of infections, and hospitalizations could rise once more. The risk of a third wave is ever present, as we have seen in other countries. One of the risks that I want all Jamaicans to keep foremost in their minds is that if we have a significant spike over the summer, it could impact our ability to reopen schools to face-to-face learning in September. Madam Speaker, I would not want to consider that entertainment is a trade-off with education. So it is imperative, absolutely important, that persons who will seek to promote events, manage and organize and put on events, general public at large, as we recraft the orders, we have to be even more vigilant. In the same way that the entertainment, culture and creative sector has suffered, Madam Speaker, the education sector has suffered even more. So we all have to act responsibly if we are all as a society going to progress fairly and together. So, Madam Speaker, I will now inform of the changes in the measures which will go into effect in 2 stages. So, effective Thursday, June 24th, 2021, we will modify the existing order to phase in new measures for places of worship and cinemas. We will modify the restriction on the number of persons allowed to be physically present for worship services from the current limit of 50 persons to a capacity-based limit depending on the size of the designated area for worship. And when I say designated area, every church would have their worship hall. That is what would be considered your designated area. It wouldn't include vestry and pastor's office and the maximum number of persons physically present, allowed to be present, will be determined as 70% of the capacity, which is calculated based on 1 person for every 40 square feet of the designated worship area. So, in effect, there is a 1 to 40, which allows for the social distancing calculation. And that will give you your total capacity, and we're saying you can use up to 70% of that total capacity. So we have moved from a strict numbers limit of 50, and we've now moved it based upon capacity. Of course, all the existing protocols, for example, the temperature checks, the sanitization, and mask wearing must continue to be observed as it has been described in previous orders, including gatherings in the churchyard and other measures that were outlined. I also take this opportunity to commend the leadership and membership of places of worship and being committed to observing the measures and encouraging others to do so. Madam Speaker, not all churches have been observant of the protocols. And I want to just pause to just highlight a former member of this House sent me a note, and he said, Prime Minister, I'm at a funeral right now. 200 persons are in the church. He said, granted, the body is not in the church. He said, everyone is wearing masks, but no one is social distancing. He said, on his way to the church, he passed another 100 persons at the graveside. So they have split the attendance at the church. And I raise the issue because, Madam Speaker, I know that the society is trying. They're trying. They respect the order regarding the body in the church. They respect the order regarding the wearing of masks. The most difficult one for most people would be the social distancing. And just spatially trying to determine, how far should I be from you and still maintain social interaction? That has been the greatest challenge. And then the other challenge is the number restrictions, because people feel excluded when it comes to saying only 50 persons can be in the church. So why you are so special, you can be in the church and I can't. And Madam Speaker, as a society, as we learn to deal with this pandemic, these socio-cultural idiosyncrasies that we have, we will have to get over them. We will have to come to grips with what we need to do as a society to survive. These, something was said in our cabinet meeting last night, it was very profound, that it is unusual for a government to every 2 weeks to be coming to the country, to Parliament, or in a press conference to give ordinances as to how people should live their lives. After a while, people will become very frustrated with that. It is not the nature of our democracy. And from the start of this, Madam Speaker, I'm very, very cognizant of that fact, that people will try to comply when they understand that there is a danger. But there comes a point where people start to calculate the risk for themselves and not take the government's calculation of risk. And when that happens, no matter what ordinance you make, compliance will be low. So we have to just, in managing the pandemic, also manage that dynamic. This government is not trying to tell people how to live day by day. And we understand that there are difficulties for persons to comply. There are some things, however, that we cannot compromise on. For example, Madam Speaker, the curfews have been very effective in limiting movements generally. So we try to ensure that those compliance points and enforcement points are targeted. Things like the wearing of masks, I think that measure is a highly effective measure, and we will target enforcement of that. We will obviously enforce everything, but the police will act with due care and consideration, because we don't want to turn the people against the measures that are designed to protect them. So we are having a conversation always with the people. Compliance is in your best interest. So, Madam Speaker, indoor theatres and cinemas will be allowed to open with the same size-based capacity limitation, slightly different in how it is phrased: 1 person for every 40 square feet, or 70% of seated capacity, whichever is lower. So, Madam Speaker, theatres and cinemas usually have fixed seating capacity. So you would go by your seating capacity and take 70% of that. Of course, there are other established protocols about allowing households to sit together, spacing between persons, hand sanitization when entering, all those other protocols which are in the RMA. We would advise the theatre operators and the cinema operators to follow those protocols. The member raised a question, and I'm going to just depart from my script very quickly, because I find that whenever we announce these measures, logic is questioned. So someone will say, but you allow me to travel on a bus, you allow me to travel on a plane, right side by side and no social distance. And for a long time I wrestled with this. Is the government being inconsistent? Or are the public health measures, the clinical measures suggested, are they inconsistent? They may appear inconsistent on the face of it. But if you go back to the graph which shows us having 700 beds think of it this way. What activity would you allow to go on without restriction to take up those 700 beds? So just think about it. And I invite every Jamaican to think about it. There's no riskless activity. But if it is that you had to control activity, which activities would you control, right, or allow to happen to take up those 700 beds? And that's it. Transportation, it has to happen. But it's almost non-discretionary. But if we had to control something, then these are the things that you would want to control. So that's the logic behind it. It's not inconsistent. It is well thought out. So for drive-in cinemas, we will remove the existing capacity limitation under the number of vehicles, but instead require that the maximum number of persons in any vehicle should not exceed the number permitted to be in the vehicle under the registration. So for vehicles that are registered to carry more than 7 persons, the maximum allowed will be 8. A vehicle designed to accommodate no more, a vehicle designed to accommodate no more than 15 persons shall be the largest vehicle permitted. So if your vehicle is registered for 5, only 5. If your vehicle is registered for 7, only 7. If you have a 30-seater coaster bus, only 8. And the largest vehicle that can come into the drive-in is one that is registered to accommodate no more than 15 persons. All right? So that's the control we have put on cinemas. And I think these controls are, you're not likely to see a coaster bus going to a drive-in. It's not likely. It could happen, but not likely. So theaters, indoor and drive-in cinemas must all strictly adhere to the established protocols. Now, Madam Speaker, so you will understand the phasing that we have done. We allowed first rivers and beaches, and then we phased in churches and cinemas. And the churches and cinemas and drive-in, as I've said before, we will amend the current order for the 24th of June. Madam Speaker, the other broader changes will take effect on July 1, 2021. Curfew hours. Effective July 1, 2021, the curfew will begin at 11 p.m. on Monday to Saturday and 6 p.m. on Sunday and end at 5 a.m. the next morning until August 11, 2021. So, Madam Speaker, the curfew hours have been reduced. We're moving from 9 to 11, Monday to Saturday. And on Sundays, we move from, 2 to 6. And all curfews end 5 a.m. the following day. And this will go on until August 11, 2021. We believe, Madam Speaker, that this will allow almost full return in terms of business capacity to the quick service industries, and it will start the phasing in of entertainment. The entertainment sector, Madam Speaker, will have to kind of reset. They have reset. I'm seeing pictures circulating more and more of breakfast parties, right, Minister Mackenzie? In my own constituency, I'm seeing it, the day parties. But what I do note is that most of them try to observe the curfew hours. However, Madam Speaker, I must here point out that we have seen some very tragic occurrences at some of these. I hate to say they're illegal. parties where we have seen off-duty policemen killed, off-duty soldiers being killed, and regular civilians in attendance being killed. Those deaths could have been avoided if persons kept within the recommended hours. And we have to, as a society, reflect and look at ourselves. We have to look at ourselves. So, Madam Speaker, I'll now move to the control entry protocols. The existing protocols, including the requirement for all travelers to present a negative COVID-19 test conducted within 3 days of travel, remains in place, as does the requirement to self-quarantine for 14 days after arrivals for persons who are not fully vaccinated. So we are not lifting the quarantine rule of 14 days for persons who are not vaccinated. If you travel to Jamaica and you are not fully vaccinated, you must quarantine for 14 days. For fully vaccinated persons, which means that the person would have received both doses of a 2-dose vaccine or a single dose of a 1-dose vaccine, and at least 2 weeks have elapsed since receiving the last dose, the quarantine period will remain at 8 days. However, for fully vaccinated persons, they now have the option, as of July 1, of taking an approved PCR test, and upon presentation of negative results, they can be released from the quarantine order. So, essentially, you come into Jamaica and you would be permitted to get your PCR test. Once you're fully vaccinated, you would present that in traveling to Jamaica. Once your test comes back negative, you are released from quarantine. Makes sense. Madam Speaker, this is to recognize the lower risk posed by persons who are fully vaccinated. And note, lower risk, not no risk. I must caution, however, that while the risk is reduced, there is still a risk that fully vaccinated persons may be carriers of the virus and be able to transmit it to non-vaccinated persons. Maintaining this quarantine is particularly important so that we can control spread of variant strains that may be acquired from travel. We therefore strongly encourage everyone, including those who are fully vaccinated, to continue to wear their masks. Madam Speaker, given continued concerns about more transmissible variants, the travel ban for South American countries, Brazil, Chile, Peru, Colombia, Argentina, and Paraguay, as well as for Trinidad and Tobago and India, is being extended until August 10, 2021. Of course, we will continue to reassess as circumstances warrant. Madam Speaker, there's stay at home for persons of specified age. The age limit for the stay at home measure remains at 60 until August 10, 2021. However, persons who are fully vaccinated have been exempted from this, and you will recall we announced that the last time. My personal advice is that although we are recrafting the measures to allow more places to be open and numbers increase for places of worship, you should be extremely cautious in choosing where you go and act responsibly. Let me again caution in terms of the increased mortality of the older persons. In the age group below 10, 3 deaths, 0.3% of all deaths, case fatality of 0.1%. 10 to 19, 7 deaths. Percentage of deaths in that cohort, 0.7%. Case fatality, 2%. Sorry, 0.2%. 20 to 29%, 20 to 29 age group, forgive me, 7 deaths. And the percentage of deaths would be 0.7%, and the case fatality rate is 0.1%. For the 30 to 39 age group, we have seen 37 deaths. This is 3.6% of deaths. And the case fatality is 0.4%. So in the 30 to 39 age group, it's not very high, but it is still to be considered for caution. In the 40 to 49 age group, my age group, that's your age group too, Lisa. That's a 40 to 49 age group. 75 persons have died. That's a 7.3% of the death. That's a 1% case fatality. So we all have to be very cautious. In the 50 to 59 age group, 127 persons have died. That's 12.3% of deaths, and this is a case fatality rate of 1.8%. Now the 60 to 69, which is where we start what we call the elder shielding measures of encouraging those persons in those age groups to stay at home, meaning stay away from certain kinds of activities and certain kinds of exposure. Protect yourself by reducing public exposure. In that age group, 233 persons have died. That's 22% of deaths, 22.5% of deaths, or a case fatality rate of 5%. That's high. So we're not making these recommendations because, you know, there is some prejudice against your age. It is meant to reduce your exposure and to reduce the possibility of a fatal event if you are infected. And you can see that the case fatality rate almost triples as you move to the age group 90 and above to 19%. So I'm pointing it out, Madam Speaker, that although we are saying persons who are fully vaccinated, you can go out 60 and over. We are giving more numbers in churches. We are allowing events and so forth. We still recommend that you do so with caution. If you don't have to go, don't go. Madam Speaker, work from home. The existing work from home directive in the public sector is being extended until August 10, 2021. Therefore, only persons who work in critical service delivery and perform job functions that require them to be at the physical location should be required to be at the office or business place or workplace. At this time, we are focusing on vaccination of the elderly, as well as teachers, healthcare, and security personnel, but will shift our focus as soon as we can to the wider public sector. We would then plan to lift the work from home directive at that time. So, Madam Speaker, we will hold the work from home for now. But as soon as we have enough vaccines and we have completed the public health workers, the 60 and over, we have completed the soldiers and the police and the other non-civilian groups, then we will turn our attention to the critical service workers in the public sector, those who are the front-facing workers, the cashiers and the inspectors who have to work in the field and so forth. We'll make sure we get those persons vaccinated, and then once we've done that, then we can lift the work from home. And it is important that it is calibrated because, Madam Speaker, our plan is also to return to school in September. So the two measures would have to be coordinated because, Madam Speaker, we couldn't have children precisely. Madam Speaker, funeral services and burials. We appreciate the tremendous emotional strain that the inability to have funeral services for their dearly departed loved ones has caused the population. I get many letters and calls, and I want the persons who have written to me, even though I'm not able to respond to all of them, to know that, yes, we have read all the letters that come. I want to thank the Jamaican people for their patience and understanding. So effective July 1, 2020, funeral services will be allowed with a maximum of 30 persons present inside the church or other place of worship or a funeral home. This maximum limit of 30 persons includes the mourners as well as clergy and any support personnel. So let me spend a little time to address this. Some person said it was semantics between a funeral and a memorial service. When we adjusted the measures, we were very clear in saying that when the body is present within the church, it is likely that, for example, at viewings, that it may evoke certain emotions and certain behaviors that could become a higher risk. And it may actually be very difficult for the church to enforce the protocols for services. And so we decided that you would not be able to say, as in Jamaica, to church the body, bring the body into the church. But you could go ahead and have a memorial, a Thanksgiving service, as would be any kind of service. And I believe that most churches did that, understood that. And what would happen is that they would have some numbers in the church and then they would stream. I have attended some funerals either on Zoom or on YouTube or wherever, and there are persons in the church conducting the ceremony. But the body is not in the church. Now we are saying that the families who have been saying to us, listen, my father was a founding member of this church. His last wish and desire would be for him to be in this church that he built. And it really hurt my heart that I could not have approved it at some points in the past. I think we are at that still very delicate, but based upon the numbers, we could accede to those requests. And what we have said is that 30 persons, mourners, clergy, could be in the church with the body. And I think 30 is a reasonable number. We will have ADPEM doing spot checks to see how it is being followed, right? As I said, earlier, some churches have 200 people there, and they say, we'll compensate by ensuring everybody wear masks. Nothing like that. Please observe the protocols. Have your immediate family members and extremely close friends of family, and we believe 30 is a good number to do that. For burials, we are increasing the maximum number of persons who may be present at the graveside from 15 to 30. This includes mourners as well as officiating clergy, gravediggers, and undertakers. As a reminder, burials will be allowed only on Mondays to Fridays. Having heard the pleas of stakeholders, which in this situation includes undertakers and bereaved families and loved ones, there will be an extension in the burial time. As of July 1, 2021, burials can be done during the hours 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. So we have increased it by 1 hour. Please be reminded that the time for conducting burials continues to be limited to 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So, Madam Speaker, I think we have reached there a fairly good compromise. The public should understand that we have to be cautious, and we are gradually releasing the restrictions. So we will observe this over the coming weeks and see how it is working, and then we will make further adjustments as advised. For markets and vending in public arcades and public transportation centers, operating hours will continue to be from 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. on Mondays through Saturdays. Markets remain closed on Sundays. Beaches, rivers, zoos, water parks, and attractions. Beaches, rivers, zoos, water parks, and attractions will be open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Mondays to Saturday, and from 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Sunday, given the change in curfew hours. Parks, gyms, and bars are subject to the existing restrictions and protocols and must close 1 hour before the start of curfew. Amusement arcades. Madam Speaker, these arcades which cater for young persons have been closed, and a decision has been taken to allow them to reopen under protocols to ensure safety of the patrons. So persons who operate these amusement arcades, they should get a copy of the DRMA, make contact with ADPEM, and go through the protocols for their reopening. Events and entertainment. Madam Speaker, I now turn to the new measures relating to events and entertainment more generally, other than theatres and cinemas, which I had addressed earlier. In crafting the approach to events and entertainment, we have paid careful attention to reducing and mitigating the risk on the one hand, while optimizing the social and economic benefits of a phased resumption on the other. The Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development, and the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sport, working with industry practitioners, have developed the protocols to facilitate this. At this stage, we are contemplating 2 categories of events. One, small events, that is to say, events with no more than 100 persons in total, including organizers and support personnel. And 2, large events, meaning events over 100 persons. Small events will generally include outdoor concerts, outdoor parties, round robins, festivals, community events, corporate mixers, handing over and groundbreaking ceremonies, and other events of this nature. The organizers of small events will be allowed to make applications for permits as they would normally do through their local authorities, and will work with them to ensure that the protocols are in place for a safe event. The municipal corporations have agreed to reduce the cost of applying for permits and licenses by 50%. A small event outdoors, as I've said before, could be up to 100 persons. For indoor events, meaning these events that are held in a covered area with a controlled entry, we have put a cap on the number of persons who can attend small events indoors. This is determined as 60% of the usable square footage, not including bathrooms and kitchens, divided by 40 square feet, which is the social distancing provision, or 100 persons, whichever is low. So let me my friend opposite, you have raised the dilemma, because, Madam Speaker, we don't have the capacity to walk around with tape measure to go to every bar, every nightclub. But you know what, member? Neither do we have the capacity to supervise every homicide that might take place. That's how the law works, is that you will go out and you will inspect and you will find those who are in breach. You won't find everyone, but whoever you find, we will prosecute. And I think that is the important point, member. Whoever we find in breach will be prosecuted. Now, if you want to take the risk, right, then what we have to do, Madam Speaker, is to increase the enforcement, increase the surveillance, and ensure that when we do go there, that we are very strong on enforcing these measures. So I agree with you, member. Obviously, there's nothing inside these 75 pages of what to do and what not to do that we can adequately police in every single instance. But we will do our surveillance. We will go in and prosecute those that we have found. So that's the answer to that question. Now, as I've said, the municipal corporation, in making their contribution to the support of the resumption of entertainment, cultural and creative activities, would be making a reduction in the licensing and permits fees. And I think that's a good gesture and one that the industry has welcomed. Madam Speaker, for public sector events, such as handing overs or groundbreaking, we have decided to maintain the maximum number at 50. So even though the general rule would be 100 for small events, for the public sector, for any event that we are keeping, just out of caution, we will go to 50. Right now we are at 30, we will go to 50. So whatever we can do to slow the spread or not contribute to it, government should lead by example. So government is at 50. Now, the organizers of large events will go through an additional layer of approval. Organizers of the large events must first send an application to the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. The ministry will review the application to see that it meets the requirements, When the ministry is satisfied, it will forward the application to UDPEM, that is under the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. The UDPEM will consult with the Ministry of Health and Wellness, the Municipal Corporation, the police, fire, and so forth, all the relevant authorities. And when they are satisfied that the application for the event to be held at the specified place and time has met the threshold and the standards, then it will be approved. Large events would include stage shows. I don't want to encourage them, but I'm saying it includes stage shows, church conventions, conferences, crusades, festivals, you know those large events. Madam Speaker, I want to be clear that the distinction between small and large is not based on the nature of the event, but on the maximum number of persons allowed to be present. For example, a wedding with less than 100 persons in total would be a small event. So that would just proceed in its normal course once you have met the capacity requirement and you have, if you needed any permits or so to have any entertainment or so. While one with more than 100 persons, you would need now to, first of all, go through this approval process through the Ministry of Gender, Culture, Entertainment and Sports. So you would apply, they would respond to you, so you want to do this very early. And some of the things they would want to know would be, would you have your COVID marshals in place? Are these COVID marshals trained? Do they know what to do? We would want to look at the place where it is being held. Does it have all the necessary requirements in place? And once we are satisfied, then we hand over to UDPEM, who would assist in ensuring that you are meeting the requirements and you go and have your event. So, Madam Speaker, the same applies to general and special meetings of companies, cooperative societies, friendly societies, or industrial or provident societies. On another important note is that the government will not mandate, as part of the protocols for approval of events, that persons attending be vaccinated or tested. Madam Speaker, while such protocols would definitely reduce the risk, the shortage of vaccines and the cost associated with testing could result in a significant burden on the industry at this time. Let me hasten to add, however, that if private event holders wish to include such requirements to market their events, they are free to do so. Already we have persons saying, I want to put on an event, and it is only persons who are vaccinated. You can't get into this event unless you show your vaccination card. Persons are saying already they want to put on an event and you have to test 3 days before. We are happy for that, and we would want more persons to do it. But in terms of putting it in the orders, we have not done so. Madam Speaker, in order to provide support to the sector in restarting, we are prepared to offer certain government-owned venues to the organizers of large events rent-free. So this is our contribution to the industry. We will waive the normal rental cost, and organizers would be required to cover only the operating costs such as utilities and security costs. The list of venues so far, Madam Speaker, includes facilities under the management of the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, including the National Stadium Complex, the Trelawney Stadium, Fort Rocky, Fort Charles as part of the Port Royal Entertainment Zone, Civil, and the Ranny Williams Entertainment Centre. So I hear Anna Littleman think that. So, you know, these are large events that the government is providing the support to all levels of the sector. And the member opposite, my schoolmate, believe it or not. No, obviously not. The member from St. Catherine, your south, St. Catherine Eastern. Look, we are very sensitive to this notion, small man, big man. I think, member, it's destructive to the country. It adds, you know, this government is very sensitive to that because we know the historical unequal endowments that we have had. And the objective of this government is to create policies always, believe me, member, always, to increase the endowments. But it must never be, Madam Speaker, that what you do is make the big smaller in order to make the small bigger. That we must change that notion. With that notion, we must just believe me. We will move miles ahead when we say support the big man even more, right? But you must also make sure that whatever you do, the liquor man must get the full support and never be left behind, because we are all moving forward as one Jamaica. Yeah. Powerful together. Powerful together. Yeah. Prosperous together. Rise together. No, man, let us not bother with this divide about little man and small man. No, big man and small. Let's not do that. Right? If it's one thing that this government has done, when you see what Minister Clark has done with the CARE program, amazing. 500,000 Jamaicans, all little man. All little man. A CARE program of how much? 20 billion? $20 billion. Come on, man. Come on. So, just to repeat the facilities so far, we're working on others. All the facilities under the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, which includes the National Stadium Complex and the Trelawney Stadium, Fort Rocky and Fort Charles as part of the Port Royal Entertainment Zone, Civil, and the Ranny Williams Entertainment Centre. Those are available. Facilities under the management of the Port Authority of Jamaica, including the Falmouth Pier and the Port Royal Pier. Those would also be available. We are also negotiating with the local authorities and private sector to see how we can further subsidize, or rather give further subsidies for the use of other venues across the country as a stimulus for the entertainment industry. Madam Speaker, the crisis in the entertainment sector created by the pandemic presents an opportunity to reset the industry. The entertainment, culture and creative industries represent a key part of our competitive advantage and are vital to our economic recovery and long-term growth prospects. The industry has the potential to emerge from this crisis stronger and better than before. We want the industry to achieve its full potential, but this potential is inhibited because a large sector of the industry is informal and unregulated. Entertainment is business, and we must begin to treat it as a legitimate economic enterprise. Madam Speaker, I had the opportunity over the weekend to meet with some representatives, not all, some representatives of the entertainment and creative sector. I believe the meetings were very fruitful meetings, and what is clear is that all the members are willing to work with the measures put forward by the government. They just want to be able to start. And whilst I wouldn't say that everyone is, committed to all the protocols, what I am clear on is that they all understand the risks involved. And we have said, Madam Speaker, and I think it should be said here as well, that if we see the numbers move, that we will immediately act. What has come out of this experience too, Madam Speaker, is that for the first time in a long time, we're having open discussions about some of the issues facing the industry and some of the issues of the industry. In other words, Madam Speaker, the whole business of night noise and how that should be managed. The whole business of how we organize entertainment so that the right to persons enjoying their property is not denied by the right of persons to having their own pursuit of happiness and enjoyment. So that means, Madam Speaker, that the physical planning and arrangement of your cities and townships must have space for entertainment. So we will build schools as a must, hospitals as a must, but we are not investing in theaters and performing arts centers and open spaces for people to have parties where they can park, have proper bathroom facilities, proper security, and proper food courts. These have to be planned in our cities and towns. So Madam Speaker, it's going to be a long process to change the culture of I want to disturb my neighbor because I'm feeling all right. It's going to be a long, long process. But I believe that what the pandemic has done is to give the opportunity for us to discuss how do we all live together as a society, respecting each other's rights. And what the entertainment sector would know from this administration is that we respect their rights and we are going to support them by financial support as much as we can. We're going to give them policy support and we're going to give them legislative support. We're going to recognize them as big business, as legitimate business, as economic enterprises like any other economic enterprise, and give them the support. So Madam Speaker, when we talk about the value of the culture, it is not just mouth talk. That the output that comes out from the industry has significant economic value, and we are not seeing the true potential of it, primarily because, Madam Speaker, the way how things are just organized now. And it was for me a very useful experience having the interface. And we give the commitment that we will be working much closer with the industry to make it a strong and vibrant pillar of the Jamaican economy. I have tasked the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to commence discussions as to how we can support the industry to realize growth and development. The entertainment, culture, and creative industries must become an important item on our national agenda discussions. Madam Speaker, to signal the reopening of the entertainment sector as well as to demonstrate how a large event could be hosted with proper protocols, the government will be organizing a concert on July 1, 2021 at the Port Royal Cruise Terminal. This will be a fitting way to recognize and celebrate International Reggae Day. Further details will be announced by Minister Grange. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I want every Jamaican to understand that the recrafted measures that we have announced are to enable many persons who have not had an income for several months to finally get a chance to return to work and to start providing for their families. The risk of a third wave remains ever present. Whether or not it materializes is up to every one of us. If we all take personal responsibility to observe the infection prevention and control protocols, that is wearing your mask, social distancing, hand sanitizing, stay at home if you are ill, that these measures, Madam Speaker, which have been proven to work, we can avoid a third wave. It has now been 15 months since the pandemic began. We have a lot more information on how the virus spreads and the protocols that are effective in reducing spread. Let us therefore not view the new measures as free for all. Let us commit to being responsible and diligent so that in the process of trying to preserve the livelihoods of so many who have not been able to earn a living since the pandemic began, we do not endanger lives. In trying to preserve the entertainment sector, let us not jeopardize the reopening of our schools in September. The stakes are high, and this is a risk we are all taking together as a country. Success is up to all of us. I thank you.
Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, thank you for your presentation. I think that many people will be relieved to see and hear some easing of some of the restrictions under which all of us have been living for a very long time now. The adjustment of the curfew hours, I think it's effective July 1. I know many people will feel that that is overdue, but is very welcome. I want to say how much I appreciate the gestures that are being made towards the entertainment sector, which has been really very, very hard hit by this pandemic. Many of them, the practitioners, the people who depend on entertainment, and you've alluded to some of the different industries and subsectors that depend on it, from the fashion industry right round to security and so many other things, food and beverage. The idea of giving them a break with the 50% discount on some of the statutory fees that are payable in applying for events. Minister Mackenzie, I think you would have a role in that, and I think that's a very good thing. And of course, a waiver of the fees on certain rental of certain large facilities will also be very welcome. Truth is that the procedures for applying for permits for entertainment events is very tortuous and business unfriendly. And I really look forward to the day when those are streamlined so that persons who are putting on these events don't have to go to multiple locations and multiple agencies to apply for things that are required in order to put on an event. In fact, so onerous is it that many don't do it, and that then leaves them exposed to action by the police, which is very unpopular in the communities when that action is taken. It tends to undermine the relationships between the police and the residents, and therefore it has a very negative social consequence. So this is an area I think that we really need to focus on and try to bring some sensible improvements to. I think the idea of ensuring that communities have spaces where entertainment can be accommodated without disrupting the lives of others is a very important principle which Jamaica has been grappling with unsuccessfully for many, many years. The Night Noise Act is really the only instrument for dealing with that. It's a rather ineffective tool for that purpose. Proper planning would ensure that venues where music can be played at volumes that patrons will appreciate can happen without keeping people awake at night who want to sleep and have a right to sleep in their beds at night. We haven't, as a nation, planned our built environment sufficiently astutely to ensure that the strong entertainment culture that we have is adequately provided for. And this is why we are in some of the problems that we are now. Minister, I visited a craft market in Montego Bay over the weekend and listened to the vendors there. And the closure of the market on Sundays was particularly painful for them. This is a period when they expect to do some good business. There are more visitors coming back to the island. And some of them are Sabbath keepers, can't work on a Saturday and would normally enjoy some business on a Sunday, and the closing of the market to them is a really debilitating setback. So I'm just hoping that something can be done for the craft vendors too. They have other issues as well. Some of them owe taxes and fees for periods when they haven't really been able to do any business, and there needs to be a kind of rescue package for them. I know that the finance minister did some things in the care package, but I think a further focus on them is warranted. It's not a huge body of persons, but they are suffering. And I'd urge you to pay some attention to them, Minister. And Minister Bartlett, they're longing to see you, trust me. So pay them a visit. Having said all that...
Sir, travel again, so...
Having said all that... Having said all that, Madam Speaker, the reality is that Jamaica is skating on very thin ice with this. We all know that resilience and a restoration of normalcy for the economy and for life in general depends on building up sufficient levels of immunity in the population so that COVID is no longer a threat to life and limb. We are lagging behind the rest of the region in our vaccination efforts. We are ranking, I think, worst in class, the most recent graph I saw, worst in class in the Western Hemisphere in terms of percentage of the population that have been vaccinated so far. So we are hoping and seeking to open things up a bit now when we're very, very vulnerable. And we can only hope that the individual personal responsibility that the Prime Minister has called for, and which I repeat as leader of the opposition, is indeed practiced by all. We've had over a year of practice. So lessons will have been learned. People are a bit more accustomed to living with not talking up in people's faces, wearing the masks, and so on. And I would encourage everyone to continue to exercise that kind of discipline in how they interact with other people. We know internationally that the advent of strains mutations, the Delta one in particular being the most prolific now. It is much more infectious than the original strain. It also seems to have more adverse health consequences than the original strain. And it is impacting even societies where there have been substantial progress in vaccination. But amongst those pockets which have not been vaccinated, it is spreading like wildfire. We are an island. We are a very open economy. We rely on visitors. We have a huge diaspora relative to our size, many of whom visit regularly and so on. So we are very vulnerable. And thank God so far, the data suggests that we haven't yet been impacted by this. But we're skating on thin ice until we sort out our vaccination program. And part of that is supply. And we know what happened over the weekend, where the lack of supply came home to roost in certain locations and inconvenienced many people, some of them elderly. It was chaotic and was not a good look. Most unfortunate. We need to do whatever we can, and I know efforts are being made, but we need to double up on those efforts to source a supply of vaccine that can rapidly vaccinate our population. And at the same time, we need to take more steps to encourage people to become vaccinated. Many of us in here, I don't know if it's most, but many of us in here have been vaccinated. And there's absolutely no reason why people should be shy or fearful. On the contrary, they should be fearful of continuing to expose themselves to being infected by COVID without the protection that the vaccine offers. That should be the fear. Because the reality is, even if it doesn't stop you getting infected, it stops you in almost every case from getting seriously ill and dying in some instances. So we must have a program, a national program, encouraging everyone to see the light and do the right and sensible thing. But we can't do that if we don't have any vaccines to give them. So this is a major problem that we are facing. Madam Speaker, earlier in the proceedings, you made a ruling. I didn't attempt to speak to it. All I can say is I want to express how disappointed I am in the way in which this matter has been handled. I've researched the matter, and where a member is not affiliated to either of the major parties in the House, where that member sits, whether it be on one side or the other, is a matter for your discretion. There's no rule that says the member must sit on the opposition benches. You have exercised your discretion to put the member for Central Westmoreland to sit amongst the opposition. He is not welcome among us. That should be obvious. The ruling party, has stated publicly that he continues to support the programs and principles of the governing party. He has no place on this side. None. I was tempted to demonstrate my angst about this by some kind of overt action, walking out of this chamber, for example. However, I decided not to.
Just a moment. Members, we do operate in a democratic society, and the views of everyone in here is important and must be heard. I'm going to ask us all to allow the leader of the opposition, as is his right, to express his views. He's entitled to his views. We must respect it, and he must be allowed to give it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate that. So I decided not to, because at the end of the day, it would be a gesture. Gestures can matter, but gestures can be misinterpreted. It would be a gesture because there's no way we can permanently exclude ourselves from this chamber. We are elected to serve people in here and to serve our country and to do it to the best of our ability. And that's what we do, and that's what we intend to continue to do. Furthermore, the country as a whole doesn't like to see us squabble in this chamber. They don't. We have a lot of empty barrels in here that make a whole bag of noise, but we shouldn't encourage them. And, Madam Speaker, I don't want it to be felt that the fact that we didn't walk out of this chamber today in any way reflects anything other than the fact that we're committed to this Parliament and we're committed to the democracy that we have had the privilege to live in for many years, since independence and before. But having said all that, Madam Speaker, I feel the discretion that you exercised was flawed and has put us in an absolutely invidious position, and I would urge you to reconsider it, Madam. I urge you to reconsider it. There's absolutely no sound reason why that member should be sitting among the opposition benches. I thank you.
Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition. Madam Speaker, forgive me for joining the diversion of the leader of the opposition from the matter at hand, but he raised an interesting prospect at which I would crave his response. If the member were elected independent, where would he sit?
A member who is independent in the sense that he does not support.
Just to be clear, member. No. Madam Speaker, the Parliament, we can reason or we can make noise. I think to get to the heart of issues, we should make less noise and reason more. So, Madam Speaker, just for clarity, if the member had contested the election as an independent, where would he sit?
Yeah. A person who's contested an election as a member has no allegiance to the party that wins or the party that doesn't win. The person is truly independent. In that instance, the norm is that the person does not sit on the government side. In this instance, the gentleman was elected as a government MP. The only reason why he is not treated as such any longer is because of the invidious circumstances which have led him to be excluded from his party and from their caucus. There is absolutely no point of principle of divergence between him and the governing side. He should not be among us on this side.
So, just to be clear, Madam Speaker, the leader of the opposition, though he didn't say specifically, but a member who ran independently and is elected on an independent ticket sits on the opposition side.
Member.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has made a point. I don't think it takes us any further, but he's made a point. It's not really relevant to the discussion because that is not the situation that faces us here now. I've urged you, as I said, Madam Speaker, in the interest of comity, of good relations, of togetherness, of bipartisanship, and so on. Please, Madam Speaker, research the matter. You have the discretion. There is no convention in the circumstances that we are faced with now for a member to be sent over to the other side. And I would ask you to reconsider it. I have nothing more to say on the matter today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Leader, I want, in my response, first of all, to say that this is a democratic society, and as the Speaker, I recognize and I respect the views of all Jamaicans, more so members of Parliament that sit in this House. And I do so all the while with both sides of the House in mind. And I speak to the decorum and the behavior of both sides of the aisle. I'm happy to say that I'm glad you did not use any overt action at all, because this is not, as you said, what Jamaica is expecting of us. And Jamaica doesn't expect either that members from either side of the aisle, regardless of their feelings, should sit on their seats and shout at the ruling of the Speaker. I don't like when either side does that to any, and I am not prepared as the Speaker to accept it. If I say the ruling is X, I expect us all to abide by the ruling. I have heard what you have said, and I just want to share with you one thing. The other thing you said was that there are many empty barrels in this House. May I remind us all that every member of this House, whether we consider them empty barrels or not, are elected by the people of this country. And I'm going to tell you now, it is nobody's fault if the people of this country have elected a number of people that are thought of as empty barrels. Every one of us in here are here by the votes of our constituents. Good. I want to share with you that when I looked at Standing Orders 71, it speaks to the fact that it's the House Committee, which is chaired by the leader of government business, that has the duty of considering and advising this Speaker on all matters connected with the convenience and the comfort of every member of this House. Now, at this time, there are opposition benches and there are government benches for all members of this House who are elected that occupy them. The party that happens to form the government now, that sits on the government benches, and we have one party at this time, is at this time the Jamaica Labour Party. And right now, at this time, the leader of government business is assigned to do the seating accordingly. The opposition benches belong to any member of Parliament who is not a member of the ruling party. As it stands now, regardless of the inferences, regardless of the opinions of anybody, the member, George Wright, is not a member of the governing party, and that cannot be disputed. I am saying to you, therefore, and the benches on either side are opposition benches and are not allotted to any one party, albeit the opposition now is the People's National Party. So, I want to just say that Mr. Wright, who is duly elected as a member of Parliament, attended the sitting of this House. At the time he attended, leader of the opposition, I am responding to you. I'm saying to you at the time, I listened very carefully to you and I respect your views. I expect you to do the same for me. I am saying to you, at the time he took his seat, there has been no seating given by your leader of government business to occupy the two seats at the end, and he sat in one. The leader of your business has indicated that he did not see it on the seating plan. We had the discussion before. The question is, even if he had not seen it on his seating plan, we have sat for months. Is it that nobody on your side recognized that those 2 seats at the end were empty? You must have been able to see the seat at the end was empty. It was not assigned. Don't speak from your seat if you are sitting. This seat was empty. My position is that I have no difficulty if there is a discussion and it is decided that the member from Westmoreland will sit in a seat other than the front. But this Speaker, recognizing the right of every elected member, and I want us all to remember that your own member, who is a senior member of this party, who I have a lot of respect and regard for, the member from St. Mary, did acknowledge in the sitting of last week that he was sitting in a seat other than his own. There is much for members of your party to do, and he is knowledgeable, he is respectful, and he knows how Parliament is run. He has been here for many years, and I commend him. I am saying to you, I am very respectful, and I take note of the leader's views. But I am also saying that I have read, and this is my ruling. If at any point I find I'm wrong, I'm not above the law, I'm not too big to say I have. But at this point, I'm saying to you, it is my considered opinion, and I do so, that the decision is that he sat there, and if he is to move, as he has done, there's obviously discussion. I have no objection to it, but I, as a Speaker, will not. I do not have the authority, and I will not ask him, therefore, to have moved. That was for a discussion between the members and the leader of the House business. And that is how a democratic society and a democratic parliament operates. Nobody in here has more right over any position here held other than the other. We are all elected, and we are servants of the people who put us here.
Madam Speaker, Prime Minister, in your statement a while ago, you made mention about the concern that the country has as it relates to the opening up of the entertainment sector and the fact that we are seeing an increase in the number of variants across the world. The reality, however, is that we do not know whether it's here or not. And I go back to the question of the genomic sequencing, not only in terms of the procurement of the machine for Jamaica to have a better determination of what variants are here, or if even any variant that is unique to Jamaica, but also whether we are actively engaging people outside of CARFA, which seem to be unable to deliver on a timely basis, other entities, as was suggested from early this year, about engaging private laboratories, accredited private laboratories abroad, to determine what is the nature of the samples that are taken in Jamaica. Because we can plan as much as we want, Prime Minister, unless we know what we're dealing with, we are working in a vacuum. And that's just my question. Where are we, where that is concerned, and are we aware of the fact that Delta is here yet?
Just before the question is answered, member, I, as a Speaker, having your leader raise the discussion in relation to the seating, I am asking as a Speaker because I have not been so advised by the leader of the House business. I have no problems with what takes place, but I have just read to you the section of the standing orders that says the leader of House business ought to advise the Speaker as to the seating arrangement. If you have done that, I am quite comfortable. I have not heard from the seater. Is it therefore that you have rearranged your seating? And if you have done so, it is courteous.
Yes.
It is courteous and it is expected based on the discussions particularly that have taken place that I should have been so advised. I don't expect you to sit and speak from your seat sitting down, really.
Madam Speaker.
I am now going to ask, the member from St. Catherine Eastern asks to speak. From St. Catherine Eastern. Member? You're yielding to, very well.
Madam Speaker,
yes.
Thank you very much. Prime Minister, I want to thank you for your presentation today. I was anticipating a little bit more. However, I'm still grateful, and I'm certain that the public is also somewhat grateful for what took place today. I want to thank the Ministry of Local Government also in respect to giving some waivers in terms of the 50%. That again too, I was thinking that at the first event, we should give them free, and then at any other event, they would pay the 50%, but I'm okay with it. My concern though, Madam Speaker, is about the clarity, because as a teacher, I recognize that if you're going to speak to a group, you should not have 30% or 50% understanding and another 50% or another 70% not understanding. We are going to have some difficulty. And why I'm saying that is we have the security forces. They will have to enforce. And for me, I believe that they are going to have a very difficult task in enforcing in the proper way without people sometimes feel that they are marginalized then. For them to be able to adhere, especially to some of these little...
Hold a minute. Members, please. The member from St. Catherine is making a valid point in relation to the measures.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. For everyone to be able to understand that they must not break the rules, they must first understand the rules. I believe in terms of the distance, in terms of the numbers, we probably need to get it, and I think it can be done in terms of going back to the drawing table, just to make sure that the ordinary man, and you hear I keep talking about the little man, it's not about belittling, it's about really that there are persons out there that you have to take a little bit more time with, so that they'll be able to adhere to the rules. Or else, and I'm going to be very honest with you, you're going to have the security forces sometimes don't know what they're enforcing, and people might end up being violated or being arrested for things that they are really not guilty of. So therefore, I personally believe that we need to use some simpler languages, probably some numbers, in terms of to make sure that everybody is on board and nobody is out there breaking the law. And on a very softer note, Madam Speaker, and you know, I don't believe the member from Westmoreland is very comfortable over here. I believe we should really give him a nice place. He's not comfortable, and I'm telling you the truth. I feel I really feel it for him. I think we should find a nice place over, even at the back there, and give him, I'm not talking about anything about stool, but just let him to feel that he's not comfortable over here, and I don't think he will be able to make meaningful contribution from this side. Thank you very much.
Member from St. Catherine Eastern, the member from Westmoreland has a voice and a mind, and when he's not comfortable, I'm sure he will indicate so.
Madam Speaker, can the Prime Minister indicate if the government currently has enough vaccines for all persons over 50 who have received their first dose? Currently. And secondly, can you indicate definitively, based on the commitments you have given, what is the likely additional vaccines that we're going to get? When are we going to resume the over 50 vaccinations? And when would we likely resume those under 50 who received their first dose?
No. I think the member, Ms. Hannah's hand was up before yours. You yield to him. Go ahead then, Mr. Cousins.
Go ahead. You're right, you know. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, in relation to the classification of large events, I was wondering if you also considered sporting events as large events as well, particularly... Oh, very well. Because we have the World Cup qualifiers coming up, and we need the spectators at the stadium to be able to support our local reggae boys in the quest to qualifying for the World Cup. And I'm asking as well whether or not the courtesy has been extended to the Jamaica Football Federation in respect of the rent-free access to the stadium. Thank you.
Member from St. Andrews, Southwestern. What you said, Ms. Member from...
to the member from Clarendon. I don't have a problem yielding to my friend from Southwest as well, but... and Madam Speaker, just to say, you and I share a very cordial and amicable relationship over the years. And what I have to say to you, I will say in your office and not in the public parliament. The question for the Prime Minister I have is, as he recommends and opens up, and I can see everybody happy because all of us happy now. But Prime Minister, I know and I've noted that in your statements before, you mentioned how conservative particularly your chief medical officer is in the Ministry of Health. And I also note that based on some of the protocols that will have to be implemented, those will not only have to be done from the Ministry of Local Government and the Ministry of Entertainment and Culture, but the Ministry of Health and National Security will also have to play a role. Therefore, how is the Ministry of Health going to play a role in the entertainment sector for the larger parties, for instance, and the larger events? Are they on board with that? And if so, what kind of permits? You spoke about permits through the Ministry of Entertainment and Culture and local government, but is there a health side of it that members will have to adhere to other than the vaccination cards, the COVID tests? Will the Ministry of Health be present at the various events, for instance, with a desk or a help desk? How will it all work? Because you also said if there is a spike, it will be, you'll have to take that into consideration. And Prime Minister, I want to say this to you in all fairness. I recognize the awesome responsibility that you've had to take this decision, because I'm sure sitting in that room, there were persons and technical advisors that found a problem for this solution. And so I want to commend your courage at this point for taking this decision, because I know it must not have been an easy decision, having listened to all the persons who told you that it should not and could not, and obviously you needed not to do it.
Just a point of clarification. Could you mentioned with respect to the places of entertainment, that there was this mathematical formula, but there was a maximum of 100. I wasn't clear whether you're trying to achieve without being able to determine the number depending on the size of the venue. You seem to have said, notwithstanding the formula, there's a maximum of 100. Is that the case? So in any event, regardless of the size and the division, the maximum is 100. Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, just a couple of things. I was pleased to hear that individuals who are fully vaccinated and test negative from the PCR testing, that they will be released from quarantine. So, I mean, I'm pleased, really very pleased that that was included. I'm not sure if I made a reference to business travelers. I know last time around there was a distinction with individuals who came in on business and how the quarantine and so on. I'm not sure if I missed it, so if you could just clarify what that is. I'm not sure also for individuals who are coming in terms of the COVID app. Persons are always so concerned about what happens there. I believe we still do not have in one place the information for persons traveling. Yeah. I noted that when I had to make arrangements for family coming in or persons coming, and they're calling to see where they could find all of that information. So I want to just make sure that we are taking care of that as well. I heard the accommodations that are being made, the relaxations in terms of the protocols, and I heard your admonition that if the cases were trending up and we had a spike, that it could imperil what we would want to do for education. And Prime Minister, I understand that we are indeed in a new normal and unprecedented times. And I believe that that requires of us clear planning and that there are some trade-offs that we would have to do. So in my mind, I am here now wondering, and I'm thinking you must have done some risk analysis and some scenario planning to say what are the specific measures that are being put in place to ensure that we can keep track of what is happening so that before it becomes an issue, we could deal with it, and also to ensure that as we look at education, that we are currently planning for education and what are the possible scenarios. I believe that individuals in education are tired, Prime Minister, of hearing announcements being made with only a couple of days for implementation. I believe that what is required is an atmosphere where persons can actually plan ahead. And it is really becoming very tiresome in that regard. So I want to ask you to do that. And in that regard, I want us to also make sure that we are paying special attention to the early childhood education sector as well as our special needs sector, because those are sectors that are very difficult to have the results that we need online. The other thing, and I remember the member from St. Catherine Eastern asking the question and about, exactly how you do the calculations. I fear, Prime Minister, the police always say to us, members of the JCF always say to us, they don't like to have to exercise discretion. Exactly. They want things to be black and white so they know exactly what it is that they are enforcing. And I fear that in here, we are going to be leaving a lot of gray areas for them to police. And I am very fearful of that. I'm fearful of that because whenever we leave situations like that, then we increase the tension between our citizens and our police officers. And I really would not want to see that. I also don't want anyone to be tempted to offer something for a blight, yes, or to ask, yes, for something for a blight. And so, yes, and so I really would want to make sure that we are a little bit more precise than it sounds just now. And those, Madam Speaker, are my few comments.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank the members for the questions asked. I'm going to just quickly run through. Let me start with the opposition spokesman on health, whose question related to the acquisition of the genome sequencing machines and what measures are in place to ensure that we are able to quickly determine whether or not the various variants are in the country. Jamaica is likely to have 2 machines. Both are in the procurement process at different phases. One machine is being procured through the Ministry of Health directly with the assistance of the CDC, and that will include training of personnel as well as the machine. And the other machine is being supported by Chase, and that will go to the National Influenza Center at the University of the West Indies, and that is in the procurement stage. As you know, member, once it gets into procurement, there's very little that any one of us will be able to do. It has to just go through the procurement. So hopefully we'll get those shortly, and that would dramatically increase our capabilities. Indeed, we would probably have capabilities to support the rest of the region. In the interim, we still have to deal with CARFA to get our results. So that is the situation, member. I wish I were able to say we have the machines, but the process is that they are in procurement, and we will get them shortly. Question relating to sports. We recall that a couple months ago, we had put in place a pathway for sports, and that pathway exists. And so the minister will be, well, has been in constant dialogue with the sporting fraternity, and will make the necessary arrangements. So there is a scheme in place to deal with sports, which is separate from what we are announcing here for entertainment. As it relates to the issue raised by the member from St. Andrew Southwest regarding business travelers, effectively now, a fully vaccinated business traveler would entering the island would just do like what everybody else has to do. A COVID test, your test is negative, you go about your business. The issue you raise about what we are doing to be prepared and to track what is happening so that education can return. I assure you, member, that the government will be inspecting all events that are permitted. When I say all, let me be clear. The government will inspect all categories of events and will do a sampling of events to ensure that we get the accurate representation of what is happening. We have a subcommittee of cabinet. We meet regularly to review those findings and make decisions. So I give you the assurance that we will not be caught flat-footed. Now the challenge, as pointed out by the leader of the opposition and by the member from South East St. Anne, that it's a difficult decision to make. And once there starts to be transmission, it can move very rapidly. And the Ministry of Health is cognizant of that. As you would imagine, not all of our health professionals and public health advisors are happy with the decision, but they are professionals. They are professionals, and so they understand the exigencies of the situation and the balancing that the government has to do. And they realize that you can't you have to preserve both lives and livelihood. So we are going to be very vigilant to ensure that we are not surprised by a spike. The member of the opposition, sorry, member, just remind me. Oh, I'm sorry, I do recall the question, and I should have been clearer. So when large events are applied for, the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports will play a supportive role. That is, they will meet with the promoters and they will go through all the checklists so that they are not applying blindly. The application will then go to the Ministry of Local Government. ODPEM will receive it, and ODPEM will meet with the police, the Ministry of Health, Fire, and the municipality. And a decision will be made as to whether or not the event as proposed will be allowed. So the Ministry of Health up front would set the protocols, and then when the application is made, the Ministry of Health will be a part of the review team in terms of giving the approval. We're going to try and turn them around as quickly as possible. I wouldn't be able to give you a timeline here, but they have 10 days. They're working with 10 days. The Ministry of Health, Public Health Department will be moving around, as we have said. The Ministry of Health posture would have to change now to intensified surveillance, to the point that I was making for the member from Southeast St. Andrew, that we have to have intensified surveillance so that we're not surprised by any underground transmission that might be happening. And of course, we have said that all events must have an appointed COVID marshal. And ODPEM, the Ministry of Health, and all the other agencies will be working with the event promoters to make sure that the COVID marshals are trained and they understand their roles. The member from St. Andrews South asks about vaccines. Very important question. First, let me apologize to all Jamaicans who had turned up. I believe it was at the National Arena mostly, and were not able to get vaccines. I want to stress this point, that when we started to plan and prepare for vaccinations, people were wondering, why wasn't I the first to take the vaccine? And we knew that this day would come, where persons would want to take vaccines out of turn. And the important message from all of this is that you should take the vaccine when it is your turn. And what happened at the National Arena is that more persons turned up than we had provided for. So we expected to give second doses to a certain number of persons, but more persons turned up, and it created some chaotic scenes. And I want to apologize to persons who should have gotten their vaccines but were not able to get it because of the crowding issue that happened there. We are not out of vaccines, but we have very low stocks of vaccines. We have about 13,000 doses remaining, and we should be able to resume giving our 50 and over their second doses tomorrow. That's Wednesday. So we are restarting our 50 and over second dose tomorrow.
Could you just say how many 50 and over have not received the second?
I wouldn't be able to.
Well, Chris should be able to. The minister should be able to.
So based on the 4 to 12 week period for completing the second dose, we're about 35,000, actually 25 to 30,000 persons who would be due over the next 2 weeks or so. And as it relates to supplies, because I notice you asked the question, the PM might not have all the specifics. We expect a shipment of vaccines this week, approximately 38,000. We have 13,000 in stock, which would give us sufficient amount to deal with those persons, not just 50 and over, but those who require a second dose before the 12-week period would have expired. What we have to do, though, is to schedule it, and that is what we are calling on Jamaicans to do, to go out based on the notification that you get and the location that you are asked to attend to. We will also have further announcements on more vaccines in the coming weeks.
Just craving your indulgence to the Minister of Health again. The time frame, I know it's not yet, but originally we had said 8 weeks as the ideal period between first and second. Now hearing 12, now hearing it could be 16. What is the clinical advice from the technicians? Because some people are getting anxious in terms of the time frame, and we're seeing like the dates are moving. What is the advice from your technical people on that?
The technical advice from the clinicians is that the persons had gotten 8 weeks in some instances, some had gotten 10, between 10 and 8 weeks. The clinical advice from WHO is up to 12 weeks. So what we have in our database would be the due dates that was given, but the time from that due date to 12 weeks. And what we're doing is scheduling to ensure that no one surpasses the 12-week period. So in answer to your question, it is 12 weeks.
So, remember, you would recall that in my presentation dealing with this matter a few weeks ago, I pointed out that our target date for the resumption of full-scale, when I say full-scale vaccination, meaning mass vaccinations, would be in August. That's where we're targeting to get in significant supplies. And I think we are on target for that. We have supplies, both commercial and gifts that are coming in. So we are fairly confident that we will be able to vaccinate the vulnerable age group, the frontline workers, our security forces, the critical public sector workers, and the teachers, and then generally the rest of the population. Madam Speaker, we also made some provisions for the tourism industry. And I just want to here quickly say that the hotels, particularly outside of the resident corridor, they have been having a very difficult time. We will make further announcements as to changes that we have made in the DRMA that would facilitate their operation. So they will hear more about that as well. Madam Speaker, I just wanted to, in closing, the member from, remind me, St. Catherine Eastern, was commiserating almost with the situation with our colleagues, how uncomfortable he must feel. Madam Speaker, every member is entitled to a seat in the House, regardless of what we feel about them. Every member is entitled to their seat. They were elected, and that must be respected. That's number one. Madam Speaker, we also have to look at what has happened in our history and how we have acted before, because that sets precedents which guides our current and future actions. And sometimes we are having the conversations because of political expediency, but not paying attention to the historical truths that have occurred before. Madam Speaker, in 1984, we had an independent member resigning from the government and sitting in the opposition benches. How many of you recall that? That was Anthony Abrams, the Member of Parliament for Eastern Kingston and Port Royal. Similar situation in terms of resigning from the government and sat over there. So we had another situation in 1986. Howard Wiedmeyer, independent member for South East Westmoreland, elected on a GLP ticket, resigned, went over there. In fact, there was a dispute as to who would be leader of the opposition. Because there are two members over there, and they were trying to figure out who would be leader of the opposition. In 1993, we have somebody who we all know very well. That person, who is that person?
Who is that person?
So at that time in 1993, hold on, in 1993, so he was a member of the opposition government, resigned or otherwise, and no, he sat as independent first, and then he crossed the floor and joined the government. That was Carl Samuda. And then we had Abe Dabdoob in 2006. He was a member of the opposition, and then he sat as independent in 2006, and he was member for North East St. Catherine. And then in 2011, we had Sharon A. Webster, again, a member of the opposition.
But of the government at the time.
2011.
Yeah, she was a member of the government at the time.
No, she was a member of the opposition.
2011.
Yeah. And then she sat. And then she sat as independent. So, Madam Speaker, the point I'm making is that the way in which this Parliament has operated, it is not entirely up to your discretion. The Constitution recognizes the government benches, and then all other members, as you have said, who are not a part of the government caucus, sit on the opposition benches. That is how it works. Now the opposition does not, Madam Speaker, have to include the independent members. So in our Constitution, the leader of the opposition is the person who appears to have the support of the majority of members. So there could be situations where there are persons sitting who are not a part of a caucus, and where they are to be seated would be separate from the caucus, but that is the larger caucus which forms the opposition, but on the benches generally referred to as the opposition benches. So, Madam Speaker, whilst we understand what the opposition is trying to achieve, the truth is that the precedents and the history does not support it.
No, members, come on, members, please. Everybody, this is a democratic parliament, and just before you speak, I want to thank the Prime Minister for clearly setting out what the precedent has been. Thank you, Prime Minister. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, just permit me, in the absence of the Leader of Opposition, who had to leave on an emergency, he made 2 points that I think bears repeating, that distinguishes a lot of what, many of the examples I'm personally aware of, and others are aware of the others. The point is that in the pronouncements about this member, there are two things. One, the circumstance under which this arose. That's the first issue. The point is that the statements following said very clearly that he supports the government policies and programs. That does not make him the kind of independent member to which you alluded to, and I think it bears an important distinction. It bears an important distinction. So the point is that what we are trying to achieve, you made the last point about the caucus, right? That there's a caucus here in this side, that the members caucus among themselves, and unless there is a caucus on the opposition benches, and unless that there is the seating arrangement is such that the members can execute that with some degree of comfort, then it poses a practical issue. So it is the point about the support of the policies and programs that the leader of opposition stresses again, that concerns this side. So it's not. So when you said independent really mean independent in their thoughts and in their policies and the programs. Okay, so that I think is an important distinction to be drawn in these circumstances. And let me just 1 second. I think there's a need for clarity simply because it was raised again here, Madam Speaker. When you last spoke, the leader of government business was not here, so I chose not to respond at that time. But the member being here, no, I simply say this, that from the very outset we've been having discussions. I've held discussions with him, I've met with the clerk, and I've spoken to you. As early as last week, I made a practical suggestion as to the changes, indicate the changes that we'd like on this side of the aisle. That was presented to the clerk of the House. I had discussion with the member again, and the understanding that we had was that was not a problem because of the issue of the front seat, who sits in the front, was the principal issue, and that was the changes were reflected on the document that was presented to the clerk, and this is what obtains now, and this is the view and the position of the opposition.
Thank you. Just for clarity,
Madam Speaker,
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I think it is incumbent on me to clarify the position, because I think if indeed the opposition leader of their business indicated correctly that an understanding was had, that understanding was reflected in where member Wright sat today. Consequently, I found it strange that the leader of opposition business should get up to speak about a stranger in their midst after it was determined and the member took his rightful seat. So, you know, I'm only making the point that it justifies my claim that this was histrionics and it was about media attention and really not about dealing with a germane problem. And I think we need to stop it. No, I think we need to stop it.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is imputing motives. You cannot do that. I mean, I don't know how you come to, yes, I do not know how you come to histrionics in terms of what the member is saying. And I believe that you certainly know better than to be saying that of the member.
Madam Speaker, what I think is very clear in this is that there was no need for any intervention on the part of the opposition spokesman in this matter, because insofar as the seating arrangements were concerned, it comported fully well with the note he gave to the clerk concerning who should sit, and we did not have a problem. And I want to make a further point, Madam Speaker, in this regard, because we know how the standing orders work in this House, and nobody knows it better than my opposite number. And that when an item is announced by you, Madam Speaker, as a substantive matter to be dealt with, anyone who gets up gets up to speak on the matter. And when statement by ministers was announced, and I as House Leader got up and invited, through you, the Prime Minister to speak on the item called Statement by Minister, anybody who gets up to speak must be the Prime Minister. And it is to be recognized that statements by ministers means just that, statement by minister. Now, if on the other hand, the member wanted to have made a point prior to the agenda item, it's allowed. And in which case he could have indicated and so speak. So I just wanted to contextualize the comment that I made with regards to the inappropriateness of that particular intervention at the time.
Madam Speaker, just to say that it bears clarity that while we had broad agreement, we had agreement on the discussion reflected what occurred in the House when we began. The point is that on my side, on the opposition side, there was an expression, and there continues to be, it has been given expression here later, an expression outside of what we discussed. So please. No. There is an expression by members on my side which they wanted me to give vent to that. They did not wish for him to be in the House at all. Right? So that was an expression of views, and they wanted to express the view and the concern. So that was what was being done, and the point is, I think, is made, and we are where we are.
Madam Speaker, just to reinforce that we are still on statement by ministers, and I have taken my seat to allow other ministers who are not giving statements to make statements, and I have also allowed questions other than what pertains to the matter before us. The Leader of Opposition Business made an important point, which for the records must be addressed. The Leader of Opposition Business suggests that because a member professes fealty to views and perspectives, policies and programs of the government, and that member is sitting on the opposition side, that in somehow does an injustice to the opposition, and in some ways compromises his independence. And just to be clear, that would be the case if everyone who sat on the opposition benches were under the whip of the opposition, meaning that they would have to vote according to the dictates of the Leader of the Opposition. And as we see, Madam Speaker, that is not the case. And so whatever an independent member chooses to espouse, that is his business. Right? Whatever he chooses to espouse is his business. So the members who are under your whip are free to vote accordingly, but those who are not under your whip, those who are independent, are free to espouse whatever they want. So Madam Speaker, I don't see how an independent member sitting on that side in any way compromises the opposition.
We oppose. There's no independent member on that side. There's no independent member other than outside the whip. There's no independent member.
Just before you do, I hear loud and clear the continued call about the opposition, present opposition, not wishing the member to be in the House. I would say to you, once again, he's duly elected. And if you wish not to sit in the House, then you have to get a candidate that the people of Westmoreland will vote to put him in the House. At this point, the people in Westmoreland, the voice of the people, have spoken. He's duly elected. And you cannot wish elected members out of the House. They are duly elected. members of this House.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Speaker, let me first apologize for my earlier outburst, which caused you some discomfort. When I shouted across the aisle that the member from Central Westmoreland should be rightly placed at the door. And it was out of a significant degree of vexation, because as a woman sitting in the Parliament, having understood what nationally people felt, and certainly in dialogue with you and what we all signed to, I understand the exigencies that can take place in any relationship, and whether it is a man to woman, woman to woman, man to man. Hold on. Yes, I went there. And also employee to employer. The issue, Madam Speaker, certainly from where I sit in this Parliament, is that and I speak for nobody else but me, is that I felt it was premeditated to place the member here. I'm saying on my part, and that is what caused me some vexation. And the reason being is that I feel that in any kind of relationship, if someone feels that they have been wronged, and I feel as a woman I have been wronged by the alleged actions personified by the member in the media, that there needed to be some contrition. And so for me, sitting on this side with the member who has not even come to me to say good morning or good afternoon, and I have not gone to him either, because there is still tension, Madam Speaker. And I think in any relationship, we have to get to a point where before we even start to bludgeon one another according to the decisions or ruling by you, that there has to be some discussions along the matter. You say that the leader of opposition had the discussions, but there is still tensions. And if this House is going to progress, whether it is a personal responsibility of the member from Central Westmoreland, the responsibility of both leaders, whether from government or from opposition business, this matter has to be addressed. The reason why I also said that the member has a place right here is because the member from South Manchester also sits very close to the door. And so, right there. And so there would have been precedents to establish, not that I was being insulting or, don't do that. I was not being insulting. There is a precedence there. And so, Madam Speaker, I leave it. There's a space. Madam Speaker, all of us are not blind in this House. There is a member who sits very close to the door. On the opposite side, there is a thing. So all I was saying is that there was precedence. But I go back to my point earlier, that this matter hasn't been resolved. And it is going to create further tension. And I can tell you, as a woman, it creates tension for me in here. Thank you.
I thank you very much. And, you know, it's interesting that you repeated 3 times in your address a little while ago the word, is it because I'm a woman? And I want to ask this Parliament, is it because I'm a woman why I make a ruling as the Speaker and I give my views that the decision has not been respected? I have reiterated several times. I have read, I have heard the views, the views of everybody. I respect the views of everybody, and I think it is the right in a democratic society for people's views to be aired and to be heard. Now, I am the Speaker. I am a woman. I have listened, I have given my decision, and on every decision that I have made sitting here, I have explained to this Parliament why is it I arrived at my decision. So I thank you for introducing the fact that as a woman you feel. I just wondered as I sat here this evening and I just saw what took place. I wondered whether or not it is because I am a woman and I have made the ruling why it is we have behaved that way. That is not what this country expects. And as members of Parliament, when we started the sittings at the beginning of this session, we promised Jamaica that we would behave in a particular way. And for the records, I have indicated to the leader of opposition business just what you have said. I have been very clear with my discussions and my position, and I have said to him, as leader of opposition business, I think that you need to go and speak with the member and discuss the matter. I have said to the leader of opposition business, go and speak with the independent member and discuss it. It is incumbent on your leader of business and members of an opposition that is respectful of the fact that he's elected and is wanting to have harmony in this country, to have the discussions that I have urged him to have, not to stand and pontificate on how you feel. I really urged, and I have done that more than once, I have said to the leader of opposition business, have a discussion, because whatever you all decide, we are comfortable with it. But the point is, you can't come in. You do not have the right to stand and dictate. Discuss, because this is what this country has been calling for, discussion and mediation. And as leaders in this House, the leader of opposition business has to admit, I have said to him again this evening before Parliament, have a discussion. Whatever you all decide, I'm sure you can work it out. Don't come in and then appear and create acrimony and hostility where there's no need for it. Thank you.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, Madam Speaker.
No,
I
Madam
think
Speaker,
that
no.
we have veered
Madam
extensively. The time is really far spent, and
no, man,
we have
Madam
only
Speaker,
had one
Madam
item so
Speaker.
far on the agenda, Madam Speaker. I would respectfully ask that the Minister of Agriculture and
Point of
Fisheries
order, Madam Speaker. On a point of order.
What is the point of order?
I'm just about to articulate it if you give me just 1 minute.
You know, member.
No, Madam Speaker, I asked the Prime Minister some questions that he has not answered.
Oh.
I made an attempt to ask before, and you recognized another member. I was adhering to the way you were proceeding, and I sat. And I stood up, and now I hear that the time has... Mr. Prime Minister, the question as it relates to the calculation of the spaces and the amounts, the discretion that would have to be exercised by the police and so on. You have not answered that, and you have not made any remarks in that regard.
I thought he answered that with the...
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Member, when you say this space, you're speaking... So let me just run through very quickly so that we're clear. For churches, starting with churches, what we had said is that they would have a 1 in 40, a 1 person to 40 square feet. Right. So churches are allowed, once they have determined. So what we have said is that their hall of worship, their designated hall of worship, so this would not include the vestries and so forth, just the hall of worship, whatever that space is, divided by 40 square feet, and that would give you your capacity, and you are to be at 70% of your capacity in the church. All right? For cinemas, we are saying that you use the same square footage to determine your capacity, or 70% of your seated capacity. All right, so it is 70% of your square footage determined by using 40 square foot to one person, or looking at how many fixed seats you have and use 70% of your fixed seating capacity. So people who have cinemas and churches, they will be able to consult the Act and read it and see specifically what to do. If they need help, they could reach out to ODPEM. The police was with us when we were discussing all of this, so they are aware of some of the challenges that could exist, particularly when it comes to treating with indoor spaces. So I don't want to say what is the threshold, but we set the rule, and the rule is you should not have more than 100 persons at an indoor event. Now, the police will come in and they will use their discretion, I'm sure. They will use their judgment. You know, so if you enter a place that should only have 100 and you see 200 persons in there, clearly that is above any form of discretion that could be used in favor of an operator. Well, a limit has to be set at some place, so a limit is set. I'm not here telling you that the police won't. I can't say how the police will exercise their discretion. Right? At the point of them enforcing, they have to think about the safety of the people. They have to think about, could their actions create further spread? Could it create a stampede? They will have to figure out the best way to enforce. All right? For large events, events over 100, again, those events will be approved by ODPEM. Those events will help to be planned and supported by the Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment and Sports. And at the point of approval, they will also say, okay, based upon the venue, this is the number of persons that we would expect you to have, and this is what you should target to sell in tickets and so forth. So they will assist in ensuring that we do not have a crowd that is larger than what we can manage.
I invite you to ask the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries to make a statement.
Continuing statement by ministers. Minister Green, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 1 year ago to the day, members of my team, led by Advisor Gabriel Hilton, journeyed to Old Harbour Bay, where we did a feature on fisherfolk to commemorate International Fishermen's Day. That engagement, Madam Speaker, started a conversation where our fishers shared the difficulty they had in securing insurance, not just for themselves, but the fact that despite having invested millions oftentimes in these small boats that we see, when they go to the insurance companies, they are unable to secure insurance for their fishing vessels. Madam Speaker, this concern started a conversation in my office, and we set out on a mission a year ago to see how we could secure insurance for our 26,000 registered fishers island-wide. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to announce that this morning the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries, along with the Advantage General Insurance Company, launched the first of its kind, a fishing vessel insurance package for fisher folks of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, you see, the reality is that for a long time, those in the fisheries sector had little or limited support from our financial institutions. And sadly, for decades, we have not seen the engagement through the government to solicit the financial sector to offer services to our fishers. Now, Madam Speaker, Advantage General has answered the call. So fishers who are registered with the National Fisheries Authority will have coverage for their boats for accidental physical loss or damage to their fishing vessels or accessories. They will have coverage for theft, fire, explosion, malicious acts, flood, hurricane, whether they are, Madam Speaker, onshore or they are offshore. So comprehensive is the insurance package for fisher folks that they will also have indemnity whilst the boat is in the custody of a repairer. Madam Speaker, let me just quickly tell you a little bit more about the Advantage General Safety Net Program, as they have called it. In fact, Madam Speaker, for as little as $45,000 for the year, our fisher folks can insure their vessels that value up to $1.5 million. In fact, for those who have the bigger boats that normally go between $2 million to $3 million, they can get insurance for paying just $5,000 a month. $60,000, Madam Speaker, and they will have that insurance coverage. So, Madam Speaker, that is not all, because in crafting the program, Advantage General has also said that not only will they offer the first ever fisher folks insurance coverage for vessels, they will offer our farmers and fishers now a bundled motor and home insurance package where farmers and fishers who are registered will get an automatic 10% discount for their premiums for their motor cars and an automatic 10% discount for their homes. Madam Speaker, it continues. If you do home, motor, and your vessel, you get an automatic 15% discount as a registered fisher in this country. So, Madam Speaker, we thought that this is quite fitting as we launch our celebration for International Fisherman's Day, which will be celebrated next week, Tuesday, June 29th, under the theme, Fisherfolk Building Resilience Amidst the COVID-19 Pandemic. Madam Speaker, as you know, we have been placing a lot of attention to help our fisher folks maneuver this difficult time, and that has included a COVID-19 relief, where we have been distributing across the length and breadth of Jamaica small incentive packages to our fishers. In fact, Madam Speaker, we have already distributed over 2,500 of those. We have an additional 1,000 to distribute, and we'll be working with the members of Parliament to ensure that that is done. We are also, Madam Speaker, procuring 10 storage facilities that we will be dispatching across 10 fisherman beaches. Additionally, Madam Speaker, we continue to provide support for those in aquaculture that through helping 72 fish farmers that have been impacted by COVID-19. Madam Speaker, there's one matter that I must raise, a matter that threatens the very livelihood of our fishers. That is, Madam Speaker, the imposition of general consumption tax on the production inputs of our fishers, specifically fiberglass, liquid foam, fishing wire, acetone drum, polyvinyl alcohol. Madam Speaker, those inputs used to attract a 0 rating. But now, Madam Speaker, our fishers are being told through customs and Jamaica tax that they have to pay GCT. Madam Speaker, this is adding significant costs to the business of fishing. Madam Speaker, I have written to Minister Clark, our Minister of Finance, on it, And I definitely believe and will advocate for that those inputs that are used in boat making go back to their zero-rated status. Now is not the time, Madam Speaker, to create new expenses for our fisher folks. And we know that agriculture and fisheries is the gateway to growth. And as such, it was envisioned under the GCT Act that items such as fishing gear and fishing apparatus will be exempt, and as such, we have to continue to apply the zero rating to the inputs that make these items for our fisher folks. So, Madam Speaker, as we start the celebration of International Fisherman's Day, and as we encourage everybody to join us at our symposium that we will have next week, Tuesday, to celebrate our fisher folks from right across Jamaica, I encourage our fishermen and women to seize this opportunity and to insure their vessels. Madam Speaker, there are two last points. The reality now is that this insurance will allow more of our fisher folk to have access to financial services. A lot of them, again, who have spent over $1 million to set up these boats, when they go to get a short-term loan, they are told they can't use the boat as collateral because there is no insurance. Now with this insurance, Madam Speaker, it frees up a whole new world for fishers to access financing. The other point, Madam Speaker, is that we are on a drive in crafting the new face of food to show to our children that farming and fishing are valid professions. That you can choose to be a fisherman or a woman or a farmer. But the only way to show young people that, Madam Speaker, is to show them the practical benefits that come from their association with a profession. Now, Madam Speaker, our fishers, our children who want to go out and provide food for us, utilizing the sea, can recognize that their tools of trade can be protected. A step in the right direction. So, Madam Speaker, I thank my team at the ministry, led by Advisor Hilton. I thank the Permanent Secretary and the hard-working team at the National Fisheries Authority, led by Dr. Bellamy, Permanent Secretary Spence, and I thank Advantage General for answering the call and helping us to serve our fisher folks. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Announcements?
No.
Oh, you have a response.
Madam Speaker.
Cousins.
Thank you. May I, Madam Speaker? May I proceed? It appears that you preempted my response, and the truth is, Madam Speaker, that the opposition fully supports any initiative that is geared towards the protection of the lives and livelihoods of our fisher folk. And certainly, Minister, this is something that we fully support. The issue around the fiberglass material is a long-standing issue that needs to be resolved as soon as possible. What has happened, Minister, is that because of the duty that is being charged on these materials, a lot of fisher folk are unable to repair their boats. And so these boats are on the beach, can't be repaired because they can't source the material, and they're unable to go out to sea and try and ensure that they provide for their families. Another issue that I would want to bring to your attention as well, Minister, is the fact that most of our fisher folks operate without a pension. And I am urging you to also consider, from the aspect of the ministry, how we can work together to create a pension scheme for our fisher folk. Most of our fisher folk, after retiring, end up having to depend on PATH and other government agencies for support. And that is unacceptable, especially when you look at the value of the blue economy and what the blue economy can do for them and can do for the country. So, Minister, this initiative is welcomed, and we always have to welcome initiatives that are progressive. But we also have to look at other areas where we can work together to plug that gap to ensure that these fisher folk are receiving the kind of support that they should receive from government. So we support it from the opposition point of view. However, we can revisit this issue sometime down the road to look at the take-up, to look at how successful it has been, and to see how we can improve on it. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Member Cousins. Member Vaz.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Minister Green, this is a welcome announcement from you today here in this Parliament. Just this morning in the Observer, we have the Manchonil fisher folks who are crying out about the cost of the very items you just spoke of. Another point I want to make to the fisher folks, especially in my East Portland, please get yourself registered. The problem is you're not registered with RADA, and therefore you're not in line to get the benefits that the government is providing you in the COVID crisis that we are facing. So, Minister, we're on the right path, and I thank you on behalf of the fisher folks in Manchonil and across East Portland.
Thanks, Member Vaz.
Thank you first, the member from Clarendon, Southwest. Thank you, member, and I appreciate the support. As you would have seen, we've raised the matter, and it's something that we have joined voices on. You heard MP Vaz also from East Portland. We will look into the pension. As you may know, there is the ability now to contribute to the National Insurance Scheme, but a number of people do not take up that opportunity. So it's a matter that we can work with the Ministry of Labour to see what we can do in that regard. Yes, MP Vaz, I did see the issue in relation to the fishers from Manchonil. Again, you know, when we went on the All-Island tour and we came to Portland, this was one of the issues that our fishers raised. I do find that our fishers are not, they're looking at genuine opportunity to do their business. And if we can allow the financial services to flow to them, then they will take advantage of it. But they have to be registered. So I want to join in your call. All of these programs, the basis we've been able to leverage the private sector is to say to them, we have a database of fishers that we can help you to find. We can help you to campaign and to market these programs. If you're not in that database, you won't access it. So I say to our fishers, please get registered, contact your National Fisheries Authority. You can go to RADA as well, and you can get the information, but get registered so you can take advantage of these benefits. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry Paper Number 42 of 2021, an annual report of the Court of Appeal for the year 2020. Ministry Paper Number 43 of 2021, and final report of study of children living and working on the streets in Kingston, preliminary operational plan of action in response to street and working children, draft terms and reference, street and working children task force. Annual report and audited financial statements of the Port Authority Management Services Limited for the year 2017-2018. Government of Jamaica financial statements of the Consolidated Fund for the year ended March 31, 2021, and certified appropriation account for head 8,000 Independent Commission of Investigations for the year 2019-2020.
Petitions, papers, bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate. To the Honorable House of Representatives, I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 18th day of June 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act to specify additional offenses in which criminal organizations are engaged in order to fund their activities, to increase the number of offenses under the Act, to expand the list of aggravating factors to be considered when sentencing an individual convicted of certain offenses under the Act, to improve the trial procedure in order to protect and indemnify the identification of witnesses, and for connected matters, was passed in the Senate without amendment. Signed, Thomas Tavares, Finsno JCD QC JP, President of the Senate.
Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move. Be it resolved, with reference to the resolution approved by this Honorable House on the 3rd day of November 2020, appointing a special select committee to sit jointly with a similar committee to be appointed by the Senate to consider and report on a motion regarding the administrative arrangements for Portmore, that the committee be allowed to hold virtual meetings, whether wholly virtual or partly virtual and partly physical, utilizing available information and communication technologies in the manner more specifically outlined below, preserving the rights, powers, and privileges, including voting rights, normally accorded to a member of a committee. The committee then is empowered to 1, convene and hold meetings in virtual spaces created using information and communication technologies, which shall be considered committee meetings for the purpose of the mandate of the committee. 2, allow access and participation from remote locations, as are enabled by means of information and virtual technologies by members and other persons authorized by the committee. 3, to include members accessing and participating from remote locations as a part of its quorum. And 4, to receive, consider, deliberate on, and respond to feedback and submissions in formats, modes, and media, and via platforms, modes, and media enabled by means of information and communication technologies from any person. And 5th, to consider and all information generated, to consider any and all information generated, communicated and received via formats, platforms, modes, or media as enabled by means of information and communication technologies as forming a part of the record of these committee meetings. And be it resolved that any meeting held by the committee in the manner prescribed above prior to the approval of this resolution be deemed a duly constituted meeting of the committee. And be it further resolved that the committee be empowered to sensitize citizens and canvass their views by utilizing available information and communication technologies to conduct virtual town hall meetings and to engage in other forms of public consultation. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the motions.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move for, Madam Speaker, there is another motion that is to be moved by me. It relates to the exemption for a member of this Honorable House. Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the House, I will move the following motions. Whereas subsection 1G of Section 41 of the Constitution of Jamaica stipulates that the seat of a member of this Honorable House of Representatives shall become vacant if any firm in which he is a partner or any company of which he is a director or a manager becomes a party to any contract with the government of Jamaica for or on account of the public service, or if he becomes a partner in a firm or a director or a manager of a company which is a party to any such contract. And whereas Section 41(1)(gi) makes provision for this Honorable House to exempt a member from vacating his seat for reasons as aforesaid, if in the circumstances it appears just so to do. And whereas a member of Parliament for St. Andrew West Royal is a director of Therapeutic Essentials, a retail store specializing in recuperative and rehabilitative supplies such as wheelchairs, massage equipment, and back support devices. And whereas the member has disclosed her interest in this entity, be it resolved that this motion be referred to the Ethics Committee of the House of Representatives for consideration and report. Madam Speaker, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Thanks, House Leader. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the House. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained.
Madam Speaker, I now move to introduce and have read a first time a bill shortly entitled the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity Act 2021.
A bill shortly entitled the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity Act 2021, read a first time.
Madam Speaker, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages.
Public business.
I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm just asking if there's a copy circulating of the bill that the Minister of Education just spoke of.
To the House of Representatives, the Legal Aid Fees Validation and Indemnification Act 2021. Madam Speaker, this bill will validate the payments made to attorneys at law who provided legal aid services in the Crown and Uchen's, Wilson and others, as well as in the matter of Crown and Carlington, Godfrey and others. Madam Speaker, in early 2019, 25 persons were arrested and charged with offences under the Criminal Justice Suppression of Criminal Organizations Act, more commonly referred to as anti-gang legislation, for the commission of gang-related offences. These persons were allegedly part of a major organized criminal network dubbed the Uchen's Wilson Gang. Madam Speaker, when these accused persons appeared before the court, they sought legal assistance for their defense under the Legal Aid Act. The Legal Aid Council, hereinafter referred to the Council, Madam Speaker, encountered difficulties in assigning suitable attorneys to provide legal aid services. It was indicated that given the complexity, the number of defendants, and the large number of witnesses, the trial would require the focus of legal counsel assigned to the defendants to the exclusion of other matters in their legal practice. It was anticipated that the trial would take 3 months to complete. However, the attorneys at law expressed that a trial of that magnitude would require considerable more resources than the subsisting tariff of fees afforded. Madam Speaker, the trial could not commence as the Legal Aid Council was unable to assign attorneys at law willing to undertake the matter on behalf of the accused without a significant increase in the fees being offered, commensurate to the unprecedented level of work being undertaken. As a result, Madam Speaker, this situation threatened the defendant's right to a fair trial. When I was advised of this pressing issue and to circumvent this impasse, consultations were had with the Council and attorneys at law, and it was determined that the best way forward was to vary the fees. Madam Speaker.
Hold a moment, please, Minister Chok.
Sir? I've been tabled already.
Just for confirmation and clarification, Minister Chok, I don't recall Legal Aid Validation and Indemnification Act being tabled.
Yes, Madam
Just
Speaker.
confirming, was it tabled and read?
Yes, Madam Speaker. They were tabled 2 weeks ago, and second reading was done last week. And last week I gave indication that I would take them this week. So they were tabled 2 weeks ago.
Okay, thanks.
And second reading came last week.
You don't have it documented? Just procedurally, Minister Chuck, I will recommit presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained, where...
No, Madam Speaker, it was done last week. Both the Extradition Bill and the Legal Aid Act, they were done last week.
They were done last
and
week.
I intimated that I would open and close this week.
Hold on a minute, Minister. Let us just
Absolutely
confirm.
sure about that. You remember? Yes. Yes. Last week I tabled them. I tabled them 2 weeks ago. And at presentation for bills, I did both of them last week. No. Both these. These.
Madam Speaker, I respectfully beg that you recommit then the presentations of bill without leave first obtained to allow the member to present those bills and then
Madam
in
Speaker,
public business we will debate.
No. May I just say, Madam Speaker, I have it here that it was done last week. It was tabled 2 weeks ago. And
So, Minister Chuck, the records of Parliament show that it was read a first time 2 weeks ago.
And that is correct, Madam Speaker. And last week it was read a second time.
And last week it was read a second time.
That is
However, Minister, the error was that you rose at public business. You rose at presentation of bills instead of rising at public business. So let's go over it procedurally. Presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. And I will now go public business, and we will take your submission, Minister.
No problem, Madam
Chuck. Thank you.
So I will continue, if I could find where I start. So, Madam Speaker, the position, Madam Speaker, is that when the matter came up, the attorneys felt that they couldn't do a 3-month, 30 days of trial per month, or, over a period of time, for the fees that was being offered by the Legal Aid Act, especially in the light of the fact that it would go as far as 3 months and more. And indeed, Madam Speaker, so a tariff was worked out where we would afford the members, the attorneys who were assigned, that in the first month they would get 600,000, the senior attorneys, junior attorneys would get 450. And in those circumstances, Madam Speaker, we said after the first month you will get 500,000, 400,000, not for more than 3 months. We were anticipating, because that would have been a continuous trial. However, Madam Speaker, what took place is that after 3 months, we recognized that it would go to 6 months. So the effect of it going to 6 months, Madam Speaker, is that we indicated that there has to be a limit. So we are not going to pay more than the 6 months maximum. And indeed, Madam Speaker, after the 6 months, the trial continued. And it actually went, Madam Speaker, for 19 months, intermittently, even though in terms of the days, it was much more than 6 months for the Hutchins-Wills matter. The effect of that, Madam Speaker, is that for the 28 attorneys in the Hutchins-Wills matter, they actually ended up with approximately $2 million for the 19 months that they had the matter trial, and we had to pay out a total of $55,000 from the legal aid budget. And in the Carlington Godfrey trial, we actually paid out $10 million, and that also went for 6 months. So the effect of it, Madam Speaker, is that having made those payments which were outside the legal aid tariff, we are now asking the House to validate what was done because it was outside the Legal Aid Act. And therefore, this is the bill being taken to Parliament. And we now, therefore, Madam Speaker, ask that the bill be approved. In Clause 1, it's the title and enacting clause. Clause 2, this clause declares that the payments in good faith by the Legal Aid Council and all persons acting on behalf of or in support of the Legal Aid Council made to attorneys at law in the Crown and Hutchins, Wilson, others, and to the Crown and Carlington, Godfrey, and others, are lawfully and validly done. Clause 3, this clause provides that every person liable to be legally proceeded against on the ground that the payments were not lawfully made is freed, acquitted, and indemnified. And the schedule, Madam Speaker, provides that for the first 30 days of trial, independent counsel receive $400,000, and for each subsequent period of 30 days of trial, they receive $400,000. As it regards senior counsel, for the first 30 days of trial, they receive $600,000, and then for each subsequent period of 30 days of trial, they receive $500,000. Junior counsel receive $450,000 for the first 30 days of trial, and then $400,000 for each subsequent period of 30 days of trial thereafter. Madam Speaker, this ends a clause-by-clause summary of the bills before you. I now commend these bills to the members of this House for their approval.
Madam Speaker, this bill, the bill is not controversial, and the opposition intends to support. I mean, it's a simple matter that we're being asked to do, which is to validate the actions as they occurred given the circumstances and the fact that they were not covered by the bill as it stands. And so you will have our support without more.
Thank you very much, member from St. Andrews South. So, Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Law the payment of fees in variance as to the amount of fees prescribed under Section 24 of the Legal Aid Act, and to provide for indemnification in respect of such payments. Read a second time.
We will now resolve, the House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, may I suggest you put clauses 1, 2, and 3? Yes. Exactly, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. I put clause 1, clause 2, clause 3, and I put title and enacting clause. As per the schedule. All right, clauses 1 through 3. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I don't have a copy of it. I put the schedule. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Means is replaced. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments. Minister?
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Validate and Confirm as Lawful the Payment of Fees in Variance as to the amount of fees prescribed under Section 24 of the Legal Aid Act and to provide for indemnification in respect of such payments, read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I am pleased to present to the House of Representatives the Extradition Amendment Bill 2021. I hope you have a record. Fine. The rationale for the amendments to the Extradition Act came out, Madam Speaker, of concerns expressed by the U.S. State Department on the difficulty in acquiring affidavits of victims, particularly in cases of lottery scamming and fraud in extradition proceedings. Madam Speaker, this is so because a number of the persons who were scammed are elderly, some suffering from Alzheimer's, and although there's very good documentary evidence, the possibility of getting affidavit evidence from them have proven to be extremely difficult. So, Madam Speaker, in recognizing the difficulties, which were also shared by the Director of Public Prosecutions, who agreed with the challenges encountered and to the amendment of the law, the government of Jamaica decided that it would amend the Act to allow for the admission of certain other certified documents in extradition proceedings. It must be pointed out, Madam Speaker, that the criteria for these certified documents are listed in Article 8 of the 1983 Extradition Treaty between Jamaica and the United States. The provisions extracted from the treaty will be of general application in the Extradition Act. Madam Speaker, the amendments seek to clarify and amplify the law and will not infringe the rights of any person being sought for extradition, whether to the United States or to any other country. Madam Speaker, the amendments will highlight the law and the types of evidence that is accepted in extradition proceedings. The bill seeks to amend the Extradition Act, Madam Speaker, to 1, provide for the admission of evidence in the form of records of evidence of the case in extradition hearings, and 2, Madam Speaker, to allow any judge of any parish court, whether or not the judge is within the same jurisdiction as the person who is being sought for extradition, to issue an arrest warrant for the purpose of committal. That point, Madam Speaker, should be noted. We may know that the accused person is in another parish, but the warrant can be issued by a parish court judge in Kingston or another parish for the arrest of that person, okay? So you don't have to go to the parish that we know the accused is in. You just take any parish and you get an arrest warrant and you go arrest the person wherever he is. Madam Speaker, the Cabinet earlier this year reviewed a submission to give effect to the above-mentioned amendments. Upon Cabinet's approval, the bill was drafted by the Office of the Parliamentary Counsel and submitted to the Legislation Committee for review. The committee approved the bill for submission to the Houses of Parliament, which was tabled in this Honourable House on June 8, 2021. Madam Speaker, the amendments will explicitly allow for the admission of records of the evidence of a case, which will be in addition to the other forms of evidence already permitted under the Act. The bill defines record of the evidence of the case to include, among other things, documents or statements which describe the identity and probably location of the person sought, and statement of the facts of the case, including the time and location of the offence. Madam Speaker, this definition of record of evidence of the case in the bill is simply a recital of Article 8(2) of the Extradition Treaty with the United States. The amendments to the Extradition Act, Madam Speaker, do not interfere with the court's inherent power to request more evidence or to deny the request if the evidence presented is not deemed satisfactory or sufficient to accede to the extradition request. Madam Speaker, the main point to note is that in extradition proceedings, the trial is not taking place here. Trial is taking place in the other country, in this case, United States, it could be Canada or the UK. So basically, for extradition to take place, the parish court judge that will grant the extradition must be satisfied by the records of evidence, by the documentary proof that a case has been made out against the accused. One of the things which we were requiring is affidavit evidence from the persons who may have been the victims. But we felt, Madam Speaker, as happened in other countries, once there was sufficient material to show that the person was the accused and was guilty of the crime, that that person could be extradited and all the evidence presented at the trial in the particular country. I will go through the bills, the clauses, Madam Speaker. Clause 2, this clause, Madam Speaker, repeals and replaces Section 9 of the Act to allow any judge of the parish court to issue an arrest warrant to a person accused of an extraditable offence, regardless of which parish the accused person is thought to be located. Clause 3, Madam Speaker, this clause provides for the admission of records of evidence of a case of a person being sought for extradition. The record of the evidence of the case will include 1. Documents, statements, or other evidence which describes the identity and probable location of the person being sought. 2. A statement of the facts of the case, including, if possible, the time and location of the offence. 3. A statement of the provision of the law describing the essential elements and the designation of the offence for which extradition is requested. 4. A statement of the provisions of the law prescribing the punishment for the offence. 5. A statement of the provisions of the law prescribing any time limit on the prosecution or execution of punishment for the offence. And 6. Any other relevant documents. The clause also sets out, Madam Speaker, the criteria under which records of evidence of the case may be admissible, that is, an affidavit from an officer of the investigating authority or the prosecutor, and if it is accompanied by a certificate bearing an official stamp or seal by the Attorney General or principal law officer of the approved state. The clause goes on to allow the admission of duly authenticated statements made in depositions, official certificates, judicial documents taken, given or made outside Jamaica to establish direct oral evidence of a fact or opinion in proceeding under this Act. Madam Speaker, this ends the clause by clause. I now commend this bill to the members of the House for its approval.
Madam Speaker, any amendment to an act that seeks to protect individuals who have been victims of scamming, given the reputation that Jamaica had been gaining as it relates to scamming, I believe is important. 1, so that we can protect our name as a country, and 2, so that we can offer protection to individuals who fall victim. As long as the amendments that we are making do not abrogate the rights of the accused, I think that it is important for us to make those amendments. And so in that regard, the opposition intends to support the amendments being made to the Extradition Act.
Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member from St. Andrews South and to repeat, in this we have made it very clear that there must be sufficient documentary evidence, that the parish court judge here must be satisfied that the evidence is compelling before we can extradite the person. So that is, we went through and ensure that the rights of our citizens will not be impeached or in any way before the person is extradited. With that, Madam Speaker, I ask for that the bill be, I ask Madam Speaker for the bill be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Extradition Act to provide for the admission of evidence that would not otherwise be admissible under Jamaican law in the form of records of evidence of the case in extradition hearings and for connected matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause.
Madam Speaker, I'm asked if you could put clause 1 and 2 first, and then we have a sort of replacement of Clause 3 as we get there, when we get there, Madam Speaker.
Okay. I put Clause 1 and Clause 2. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put, no, Clause 3.
No, Madam Speaker, I have circulated the amendment, which is really a replacement, and the reason for that is not that the substance has been affected, but the enumeration. If you notice, the old bill has 14.1, it should really be replacement of 14. So basically, it affects the enumeration. So what I'd ask, Madam Speaker, if that we have circulated the amendments, if the amendment that was circulated could be replaced Clause 3.
So I put Clause 3 with one amendment. That is the re-enumeration of the bill, Clause 3. So that's just one amendment it will be treated as. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put Clause 3 as amended. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
First, I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with one amendment. Those in favor of having the bill read a third time?
No.
Yeah.
No,
Those
I now
against,
ask that the bill be read a third time. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Ms. Curtis?
Ms. Curtis.
Go ahead now.
It's back.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Extradition Act to provide for the admission of evidence that would not otherwise be admissible under Jamaican law in the form of records of evidence of the case in extradition hearings and for connected matters, read a third time and passed.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the next item of business is the bill with regards to the Community Colleges Act, and I ask that you ask the member from St. Andrew Eastern and Minister of Education to pilot this bill.
Minister Williams, Minister of Education and Information.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the second reading of the bill shortly entitled the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity Act 2021 and to take it through all its concluding stages.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the Minister to take second reading of the bill and to take it through all its concluding stages. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before us this afternoon is a bill entitled the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity Act 2021. This bill has been long in coming. However, it is by no means contentious. Within this context, Madam Speaker, I anticipate seamless passage of the bill and look forward to the observations and suggestions that may emerge from this debate and at committee stage. Madam Speaker, permit me to thank the staff at the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information who have been diligent and persistent in their efforts to get us to this point. I must also specifically recognize the Chief Parliamentary Counsel and her staff, as well as the Attorney General's chambers for the technical support and guidance provided throughout the process. Madam Speaker, in terms of what the bill proposes to do, I wish to indicate to the House that the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity seeks to A. Expressly empower the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica, hereinafter the Council, to grant and confer academic awards and distinctions, and to rescind such awards and distinctions where the Council may have good and sufficient cause to do so, and B. Validate and confirm previous acts of the Council in granting such academic awards and distinctions, and to provide for indemnification in respect thereof. Madam Speaker, the bill was considered by the Legislation Committee and recommended for Cabinet's approval, which was attained on May 3rd, 2021. In terms of the provisions of the bill, by Act 29 of 2001, shortly entitled the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act, the Council was established and incorporated to, among other things, supervise and coordinate the work of community colleges, collaborate with other institutions, including institutions of higher and further education, in the provision of educational opportunities, and provide policy advice to the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information, and promote the interests of community colleges, in addition to providing a forum for the adjudicating of disputes, i.e. Section 4 of the Act. The Council's membership comprises representatives of the college, the secondary and tertiary levels of the education system, as well as business and industry. Prior to the enactment of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act, when the Council was formed on or after the first day of January 1993, the members of the Council, in good faith and in the purported exercise of their jurisdiction, issued awards that were authenticated by the signature of the principal of the respective college, the chairman of the Council, and the permanent secretary in the ministry with responsibility for education. The Council continued this practice upon incorporation until it became aware that the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act did not confer on the Council authority to make awards. Section 4D of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act empowers the Council to determine the conditions for holding of examinations leading to awards. The emphasis is not on the granting of awards itself, but on the holding of examinations. Similarly, Section 4J of the Act refers to the examination and assessment of students by the Council, not the conferring or granting of awards. Section 4O of the Act is limited to acts that further the functions listed in the said Act. Consequently, the awards of degrees, diplomas, certificates, among other things, by the Council is outside the powers expressly conferred by the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act. At common law, there is a presumption of validity of the award until a court of competent jurisdiction declares the award to be void, or if it is withdrawn by the Council on the basis that it is null and void. Again, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to amend the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act to validate and confirm the previous actions of the Council and members of the Council acting in good faith in the purported exercise of their functions in granting or conferring degrees, diplomas, certificates, and other academic awards and distinctions. The bill also seeks to validate and confirm awards and distinctions so granted, to provide for indemnification in respect thereof, and to expressly empower the Council to grant and confer as well as rescind such awards and distinctions where the Council has good or sufficient cause to do so. Madam Speaker, this Honourable House is advised that the proposed amendments do not pose any immediate implications for existing legislation. Beyond that, Madam Speaker, I wish to indicate to the House that the Ministry is in the process of reviewing the governance arrangements of the higher education sector to inform necessary reforms which, as required, will be advanced to Cabinet in due course. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, as indicated at the outset, this bill is seeking to achieve that which should have been achieved prior to now. And whereas the bill is quite straightforward and not contentious, I invite the House to consider and support the bill as we seek to have it passed today. Again, Madam Speaker, I look forward to any observations and suggestions that may emerge in the course of the debate and when the House is resolved in committee to consider the bill clause by clause. With those brief remarks, Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank this Honourable House. Thank you.
Member Brownberg.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in relation to the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Amendment, Validation and Indemnity Act 2021, I agree with the Minister that it has been long in coming. Couple decades, we could say, a couple of decades, and a little more, to be honest. So it is good that it is actually before us, long overdue, but it is here. And what it seeks to do in terms of validating, confirming, and indemnifying the actions of the Council since then, I think is important. So many individuals would have been conferred with degrees, diplomas, and so on. And years later, which is where we are now, we are actually ensuring that the council that actually carried out those acts are actually, one, empowered to do so, as well as indemnifying and validating those that have already been done. It is not contentious, and we are pleased that it is here. Also pleased to hear the Minister speaking about an overall and overarching legislative framework for higher education, which I think is absolutely necessary. I believe that in doing that as well, we also have to look at how we validate the certificates, degrees, and so on from these institutions, because far too often individuals complete, and in terms of just validating it, it becomes really such a difficult problem, a difficult issue. Even those that are doing teacher education, even getting the Ministry of Education to validate the certificates and degrees sometimes become problematic. So again, the Minister hoped that it would not be contentious. It will not be contentious, and you have our support.
Minister.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the member from St. Andrews South Western for her contribution this afternoon. And in concluding the debate on the bill, I ask for it to be read a second time.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act to validate and confirm as lawful the actions of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica and the members of the Council in granting or conferring, as the case may require, in good faith in the purported exercise of their functions, degrees, diplomas, certificates, and other academic awards and distinctions, and to validate and confirm as lawful the awards and distinctions so granted and conferred during the period January 1, 1993 to the date of commencement of this Act, to provide for indemnification in respect thereof, and for connected matters, read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister Williams. in piloting the bill? How would you like us to take the clauses? I put clauses 1, 2, and 3. No amendments. I'll put the clause on it for now, then the title. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. This has been replaced. We are back in the House. I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendments.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica Act to validate and confirm as lawful the actions of the Council of Community Colleges of Jamaica and the members of the Council in granting or conferring, as the case may require, in good faith in the purported exercise of their functions, degrees, diplomas, certificates, and other academic awards and distinctions, and to validate and confirm as lawful the awards and distinctions so granted and conferred during the period January 1, 1993 to the date of commencement of this Act, to provide for indemnification in respect thereof, and for connected matters, read a third time and to pass.
House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take the two motions, one in relation to the virtual sitting of the Portmore Committee, and the other the exemption motion in respect of the Member of Parliament for West Rural St. Andrew, Mrs. Judith Cuthbert.
The question is that the motions, notice of which House Leader and Minister gave earlier, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker,
to take the motion.
I now move that the motion be approved.
Question is that the motion, both motions, be approved. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, it is not intended to do any further business for the day. But just before we ask you to adjourn this Honourable House, there's a small matter I think that the Minister of Entertainment and Gender would like to deal with concerning an important event that is commemorated today in respect of the diaspora in the UK. And I would respectfully ask, Madam Speaker, that you enable the Minister to speak here on the motion of adjournment.
Minister Green, on motion of adjournment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will make a statement on the cultural and historical importance of today, June 22nd, as it is the 73rd anniversary of the arrival of the ship MV Empire Windrush in the United Kingdom, which departed from the Caribbean in 1948. The Empire Windrush, formerly the MV Monte Rosa, left Jamaica with 1,027 passengers, including 2 stowaways, and arrived at the port of Tilbury in Essex on June 22, 1948, for onward stop in London. The Jamaican and Caribbean migrants were invited to the United Kingdom to fill the demand for labor created after World War II. Research indicates that the Pathé news footage of the event recorded that many of the migrants were ex-servicemen who knew England, and I quote, "They served this country well." In Jamaica, they couldn't find work. Discouraged but full of hope, they sailed for Britain. Citizens of the British Empire coming to the mother country with good intent. Close quote. Madam Speaker, similar voyages took place between 1948 and 1971, carrying waves of Caribbean people who, in turn, exported Caribbean music, cuisine, foodways, and culture to England, and who were later termed the Windrush generation. It must be noted that while the MV Empire Windrush has achieved notoriety, it was not the first ship to bring migrants from the West Indies to England. Indeed, in March 1947, the SS Ormandy carried 108 Jamaicans to Liverpool, while in December of that year, the Almanzora transported 200 persons from the West Indies to Southampton. Madam Speaker, Jamaicans are an enterprising people, and our skills and creativity have become valued by societies worldwide. We always seem to find a way, Madam Speaker, to make the best of any situation and to ensure that we can provide for our children and our families. A classic example of this trait was found in the person of Sam Beaver King, whose family sold 3 of their cows to purchase his ticket for the Windrush journey. After his arrival, he worked for the Royal Mail and became one of the originators of the famed Notting Hill Carnival and the West Indian Gazette, the UK's first major newspaper that catered to blacks. King even became the first black mayor of the London borough of Southwark. Madam Speaker, today we salute Jamaicans like Mr. King and the many other Caribbean peoples who have made their positive impact on the United Kingdom. To further celebrate these brave pioneers, a flag-raising initiative called Raising the Standards for Windrush was created by the Windrush Generations UK as a tribute to highlight the West Indian migrant struggle to establish themselves in the United Kingdom. Madam Speaker, this initiative was in part organized in the UK by Mr. Nigel S. Guy, a relative of the representative of St. Mary Central, Dr. Maurice Guy, who I recognize for lobbying to have this historic day recorded in our chamber. We were united in this effort. Indeed, we have been presented with one of the flags with the words, Windrush Generations, we are standing on their shoulders. And that flag was presented to me by MP Guy on behalf of his relative. Madam Speaker, this is not the, and I should mention, Madam Speaker, that I intend to hand over that flag to the National Library of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, this is not the first occasion that I, as the Culture Minister, am celebrating the zeal and enterprise of the Windrush generation. Indeed, in August 2019, I unveiled a mural exhibition at the Departure Lounge at the Norman Manley International Airport in collaboration with the British Council in tribute to the Windrush generation. I am a grandchild of the Windrush generation. I wanted us to always remember their harsh transatlantic journey, the dramatic change in weather conditions, and their battle with racism, all of which they faced head-on, and in true Jamaican and Caribbean style, they overcame. That exhibition featured works by both British and Jamaican artists from the Windrush generation family, including Honey Williams from the United Kingdom and our very own Rosemary Chung, Sheldon Blake, Tiana Angling, Kirk Cockburn, and Jamila Cooper. The exhibition is still on display in the departure area upstairs, and I invite many persons as they travel to view the exhibition before they depart. So, Madam Speaker, this statement in Gordon House complements initiatives at town halls throughout the UK, the headquarters of the Home Office, the network rail in 20 stations across the United Kingdom, and the Houses of Parliament at Westminster Palace, which have either displayed or unfurling the Windrush flag. So, Madam Speaker, I thank you for allowing me time to mark this important occasion, and I will continue to honor and give respect to the Windrush generation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me thank the Minister for the statements that she has just read on the closing of Parliament related to the celebration of the 73rd anniversary of MV Empire Windrush. I believe that, it's normally said that every single Jamaican has relatives in the UK, many of whom would have also been descendants of the Windrush generation. We have come a very long way from those first days when individuals from the Caribbean went to the UK to fill positions. And we have seen that they, as is wont to do, that they have really made their mark in several areas of life in Britain and in the UK. It was not so long ago that we were all very saddened in terms of what was happening with the Windrush generation and the moves there. Again, it would have been descendants of the Windrush generation that stood tall and made sure that their ancestors were actually granted the kind of dignity and that the place that they should hold, that was how it was. And so I am pleased, Minister, through the statements and the passing of the flag and all of what we are doing, that we are part of that network of individuals across the UK, and I'm sure across the Caribbean as well, and CARICOM as well, that will be marking this occasion. It is indeed an important one because it reminds us too that we are still connected, having made that transatlantic journey to Jamaica and then to the UK, that there is still so much that unites us as a people, whether we are here in Jamaica or elsewhere in the Caribbean and in the UK. And we have to continue making sure that we celebrate the achievements of our people wherever they're found and the immense contribution that they have made, as you have said, to the culture, to the life, and to who Caribbean peoples in the UK are becoming, and also still keeping that link back home. So once again, I join you with those words as we close.
Madam Speaker, it is now my request that you adjourn this Honourable House until Tuesday, the 29th of June at 2 p.m. at William Gordon House. May it please you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, House Leader. The question is that the House be adjourned until next Tuesday, June 29th, to commence session at 2 p.m. sharp. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes has it. This Honourable House now stands adjourned.
Jamaica has that vibe. As Bob Marley said, it's just a natural mystic.
Yeah, we put Jah first and second and third, watch your blessings come forth.
This is a nice place, you know, but at times violence tear the community apart. Straight gunshot hearing.
Sometimes we didn't go to school because there were gunshots going on.
CSJP was conceived to address a negative trend in violent crimes. Something had to be done to arrest this trend, to reverse it. Hence the